Much. Good evening. It is 6:32, and I would like to call the August 17th, 2022 regular board meeting of the Niles, Maine District Library Board to order. Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derbelik?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Trustee Makula?
Here.
Trustee Wozniczki?
Here.
Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keene?
Here. Helps if I turn it on.
Thank you, Margaret. Item 3 on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. At this time, I will reiterate the rules for our board meetings. As board president and presiding officer, it is my responsibility to preserve and maintain decorum at all
Point of
times
order.
during official meetings of the library board. As such, this board will not tolerate outbursts and interruptions during our meetings. I'm asking that each member of the public respect that and to conduct yourself accordingly. If, on the other hand, you do interfere with the orderly conduct of the meeting or you persist in disorderly, disruptive conduct, I will have you removed from the meeting. Any conduct which interrupts the consideration of the library district business is considered disruptive, including but not limited to shouting out, clapping, snapping, hissing, etc. during the meeting. Public participation and comment will be permitted during the public comment portion of the agenda, consistent with the library rules. Remarks shall be made from the speaker's podium only. Abusive and profane comments will not be permitted and will promptly be ruled out of order. If you persist, you will no longer be allowed to speak. The board vests in me as the board president the authority to terminate the remarks of speakers who fail to adhere to the rules. Individuals addressing the board must at all times adhere to the library policies and other rules as may be necessary for the efficient and orderly conduct of the meeting. All public comments shall be addressed to the board as a whole, and no comments shall be addressed to individual members of the board, library staff, or other members of the public body. Thank you. Okay, item 4 on the agenda is public comment. Cindy, will you please call the first person for public comment?
Do you have to tell her the time you're starting public comments? I'm just asking because
So what time is it?
6:35.
Well, as soon as the first person comes up, I'll give you the time. Thank you.
David Carabota.
Okay, I'd like to state for the record, public comment is beginning at 6:35.
Longtime resident of Niles, Maine. I come before you, good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the library board. We come before you with a library that's still standing, thank goodness, despite all the propaganda and hysteria that we've gone over for the last gosh knows how long. Despite what people put in the newspapers to try to influence decisions of boards, Facebook, social media, signs being held outside the library door, so when I walk in, I've got to deal with that. It's a First Amendment. Just because it's said over and over doesn't make it true. We have a library that's standing and it's fine and it's big and it's beautiful. All the lights are working. It's all right up to par. All the nice wood. And it's got about 14 million bucks in its bank account. The library is costing us right now approximately $1,100,000 to operate every 60 days. So every 60 days I'm older, the library costs us $1,100,000. When I appeared before you last year, I really pressed and hoped and prayed to put a cap on your budget. Your budget would be, and I really took a high number, and the high number was $5,500,000 to operate the library. that would mean we'd actually creep below $1 million every 60 days to $916,000 every 16 days. And I really hoped and prayed that you would be able to accomplish that. And you failed, but you came close. You came up with a budget of $6,290,000 a year, or $1,050,000 every 60 days to operate this library. And the library is wonderful. Things are wonderful and the services are wonderful, but not if I'm being overcharged. I am a taxpayer that actually gets to pay the taxes. I don't have any exemptions. I'm self-employed. So what do we call that? I take it on the chin. But as you held your budget to $6.29 million, $6,290,000, which is not numbers, that's money. That's my sweat equity. That's my time and my effort and my late nights and my working weekends, okay? That's $6,290,000 we took at the same time. Maine Township Government Board came flying in with a cape and increased its levy by $1,100,000 or 18%. But then the Village of Niles government body was not going to be outdone, so they played a golf game coming before us at the same time, increasing our tax levies 88% on our homes and businesses, but then brought it down with the rebate, thank you very much, which they try to call a tax cut, making the increase only 63%, an additional $13 million approximately. All this on the backs of taxpayers who actually pay the bills in an economy that I don't have to tell you about. What's the goal here? The goal here is, are we going to be able to get this budget down to that, oh my gosh, number, which is just way above where it's supposed to be, at least $1 million the way it's supposed to be, of $5,500,000? Are we going to look at a levy that takes into account that you have over 2 years of budget sitting in your bank accounts, which is my money, and other taxpayers who pay the tax money is sitting in your bank accounts? The law, as I suggest, says you levy for the money that you need. And I'm telling you, you don't need it, but if you're going to levy, the alternative is a levy at $5,500,000 for a library, to operate a library. Is that going to happen? The answer is probably no, okay? Where is this really going to go? You have two factions going on here. You have certain members of the board, I'm suggesting, without personal knowledge, that are looking to increase this budget by hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you have another faction that's looking to increase this budget, hopefully by $1 million plus, and to unionize the employees. The goal should not be for every book to have an employee, but for us to run this place
Time.
as efficiently as a business. This is being presented to you.
Time.
This is being presented to you by a taxpayer, and I'm
Your
asking
time is
you to
over.
do this
Your
efficiently.
time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
This microphone does not work tonight.
You got to push the button.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Then
Elliot
I have to
Oshman.
shove it in my mouth to get it to work. Oh, there's Pounder.
Not as tall as my predecessor. Good evening, Board. Elliot Oshman of the Committee Against the Retention of the Three Snoozes. As usual, I am addressing these comments to the entirety of the Board. As usual, I have provided a copy in advance to your Executive Director so that you can follow along. Following along is my expectation of all of you. As usual, I start with my 9 declarative statements of, I will neither be silenced nor interrupted, nor will we, nor will the community. I will remember this, as will we, as will the community. I will vote on April 4th, 2023, against the retention of the three snoozes, as will we, as will the community. In the last 3 months, I have seen a lot of ridiculousness about the budget for fiscal 22-23. I have seen gross misstatements and disingenuousness of actual facts and numbers. Nothing seems too small to be dismissed out of hand or cut. Nothing seems too large to stress, exaggerate, or encourage. I read last week's letter to the editor by your treasurer, snooze number 3. He mentioned increases in the budget from 22-23 compared to 21-22. What he conveniently forgot to mention is the severe decreases that were imposed at the end of July of 21 in putting together the budget for the year that just ended. I think his arm probably hurts for patting himself on the back. More of the same. I just read a letter from your presiding officer, snooze number 1, indicating there is no problem with staffing the library. It's a matter of retraining staff to work in other positions, or determining how much staff should be in the building at any one time within the library facility. She started this nonsense at August meeting last year with requests for information from the executive director. The answers were not sufficient when delivered in September at the September meeting. She repeated the request. The answers were not sufficient when delivered in October at the October meeting, and on and on. Comes November, and there needs to be a tax levy determination. What did we end up with? A reduction by 18%. I mentioned in December that I was sure that that reduction would be reflected in the proposed budget for 22-23. To my great non-surprise, that's exactly what happened. Let's expand the vocabulary by one more word: appropriate. Agenda should reflect the factual statement of what should be discussed at the meeting. It is not a time for expressing opinions on a given subject. Yet for tonight's agenda, we see in 11A, for years library practice has been the board approve a tentative budget in April, May, or June, which funds the new budget, and on and on and on about what should happen and what's the timing, what are the mechanics of the ordinance. This is an explanation of what your presiding officer has in mind. Agenda items do not require explanations. This is not appropriate. Another example, during the July meeting, the presiding officer called on the treasurer to deliver a financial report. It took 5 minutes. The first 2 minutes were an objective list of cash and other assets. Then an objective list of expenses during June. Fine. After that, the treasurer went on for another 3 minutes of reading a pre-prepared statement on the subject of library use, types of expenses, efforts, and his opinions on how the budget should reflect these. When one of the trustees tried to properly raise a point of order, she was ignored, contrary to Robert's Rules of Order. Ignoring this point was inappropriate. The last 3 minutes of this rambling as part of a treasurer's financial report was also inappropriate. In the past, I have explained Satchel Paige's philosophy of not looking back as they might be gaining on you. The community has started to realize Lucy Derblick's philosophy of moving the football away from Charlie Community's effort to kick it. That sound she is starting to hear is the community gathering together in opposition to her. Don't even want to deal with the concept of torches or crowds. The next of the snoozes to be up for re-election is the treasurer on April 4th, 2023. Remember that date. In conclusion, oh, no, one more thing. We still want to, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Toy.
That can't be right. He was quick.
Kathy Toy. I'd like to list some of the unconscionable behavior that half of this board has engaged in for the last 15 months. Making up the rules as you go, numerous Open Meeting Act violations, not paying the library bills, firing the library director, not lifting the temporary hiring freeze, crazy micromanaging, sending all FOIA requests to the attorney, creating astronomical bills, not talking to the newspaper reporters, requiring them to FOIA all their requests, and the worst is letting the current employees suffer because you have this deranged notion of how to run a library. Moving on. A library budget does not need to be in place by July 1st to pay the bills. Please read the Illinois library statutes. Don't make up your own rules to justify your mad as a hatter reasoning. Acting the way the three library trustees to my right act is an embarrassment to yourselves, your family, the library, and the village of Niles. Common sense does not exist with the three of you. It's my impression that it's your way or no way at all. The three trustees to the left have been bullied, demeaned, and disrespected. You held last year's budget and levy hostage and you're doing the same with the current budget. The three trustees to my right always play the victim, stating that trustees Keene, Olson, and Rosansky are not cooperating. If documents were presented in a timely fashion for adequate review, there might be a different outcome. There is no transparency on this board. Every important document is delivered on the day of the board meeting. Anyone with common sense would refuse to discuss the items until they have had adequate time to review them. The three of you have made a mockery of the board meeting since you were seated in May of 2021. Contrary to the trustee's statement in his editorial, previous library budgets were not passed blindly. All the documents were presented days before the board meeting. At the board meeting, the business manager presented the budget, discussion followed, and all questions were answered. The trustees voted on the budget and it was passed. Again, not blindly passed. Trustees had the necessary information ahead of time to make an informed decision. This is not your library. This is the residents' library, and as such, should be run for the residents' benefit, not their detriment. The three of you have done everything in your power to destroy this five-star library. As trustees, you are supposed to make the library better. You get an F in that endeavor. I cannot wait to see you defeated at the next election. The residents will remember what you've done to their library. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roberto Botello.
Good evening. My name is Roberto Botello. I come before you as a board to share with you that I believe this library is the cornerstone of our community. As an Isles resident, I am support in funding this library adequately. I've raised my family in this community, and I hope that the services will continue to have the way they have been for as long as I've been here, which is more than 20 years. I stand before you to let you know that I hope that your budget reflects an increase in services, no reductions in hours, and adequate staffing for the library. As I see when I come in here that oftentimes people have to stand in line waiting for a service person to come by, as sometimes there's not adequate staffing. So as you consider future budget planning, please consider the fact that there are residents like myself that wish to have the services funded adequately. Thank you for your time. Good night.
Thank you.
Barbara Mendelson.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I'm here because recently I came across two media pieces that comment on today's libraries and how they function. And I got quite a bit out of it, and I thought it was appropriate to pass this along. Now, I know libraries don't operate the way they did 20 years ago, but I viewed a CBS segment called Libraries Check It Out. And I realized that the changes are not just here, they are nationwide. This segment appeared on CBS Sunday Morning, which aired July 23rd, and maybe some people have seen this. But at any rate, featured libraries in Charleston, South Carolina, Austin, Texas, Flint, Michigan, West Virginia, and the metro libraries in San Francisco and New York. The service philosophy in all is about engagement. Like ours, they show movies, they hold concerts and classes, offer outdoor events, have maker labs, and of course, shelved books. One interviewer asks, what's the most unusual item someone can check out? Seeds was the response, if someone is gardening and wants to try something new. Another library boasts a guitar collection. Instruments are available to check out with a card. Such changes are reported to be an outgrowth of the information age, plus the recognized need for more social engagement. To that end, the San Francisco Metro Library hired a full-time social worker. The interviewer talks with a younger male who once lived on the street. The worst is, he says, to use a bathroom, you have to buy something, maybe a can of soda. But at the library, I felt welcome. Then he adds, libraries are models for how we should treat other people, and not just artifacts of the past. And in August 4th Chicago Tribune, there was a front page photo of two ladies hoisting a lawnmower into a car trunk. The mower is a loaner from the Chicago Tool Library, an independent lending source, which is described as a resource hub and collaborative community. Members pay what they can to borrow equipment. Like our Niles Main Library, it has a 3D printer and sewing machines, but much more besides. Do-it-yourself repair fairs are planned in collaboration with the Chicago Public Library. So that's today's libraries, and they're nationwide, and that's our national model. To me, this reframes the questions that hang in the balance here at Niles, Maine. And a new question is, since a national model exists, and since we conform, why would we change? Why would we want to be less? And so I just end it there. Obviously, I think you can tell how I feel on it.
I'd like to let you know that that article was actually shared with all the trustees, and you're right on the money.
Was it really?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if they watched it.
Pardon?
I don't know if they watched it, but it was shared.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pam Wolf.
Hello there. Can you all hear me? If you can, I'm going to put this away because me and microphones kind of blare all over the place. My name is Pam Wolf. That is Pam like the cooking spray, Wolf like the animal with an extra F at the end, and my pronouns are she and they. So I'm getting really kind of tired about being told that I make things up, that I'm inaccurate, all these little microaggressions that really say you're lying. I don't lie. But today we got some wonderful statistics. Whoever put in the July program statistics for 2022, thank you. The numbers. In programs for youth and family, attendance is down 10.64%. Programs for teens are up 15.07% up in attendance. Attendance for other and all adult and digital services is down 31.16%. Now, this might say, well, you see, there's less people coming in. That's not the real truth here, though, because I finally got to use the statistics class I took in college. I'm very happy about that. There are 58.63% fewer youth programs this year. 17.14% fewer teen programs. Now, adult and digital services, those are up 9.09%. But we'll get to that real quickly. So if you look at the numbers, you'll see that the percentage attendance down in youth and teen is actually far lower than the number down that the programs are. That means that there is actually higher attendance per program than in last year. This is just simple statistics. You can do the math yourself. I did it even without a calculator. Adult services. Well, there are studies that show that adults are the least likely, especially older adults, are the least likely to look things up online. This is the tiny program that we have for the library right now. It's pretty, okay? It's on this nice glossy paper, multiple colors, but it was shortened to save money in this manufactured money crisis that we apparently have. This is a program from my mother's alma mater. It doesn't exist, so it doesn't have funds coming in other than existing donations. And if you see, there's pictures, there's information. There's like 14 pages in here. It's really nice paper, looks really nice. Instead of chopping the amount of information, you can just change the amount of information and let people actually access it. Because accessibility, diversity, equity, and inclusion are important, and we are failing our community. Another thing, programs were cut. Oh, one thing was we were supposedly cutting them because they're redundant. Niles Family Services, Niles Senior Center has them. Only half of the population of the Niles Main District is covered by the Niles Senior Center because it's Maine. So the last thing is, the reason that the amount of programs has been cut, we have been told time and time again, is lack of staff. The people who have told us this are the staff members. I assume they have a clue because they're working here. Now, y'all were the ones who hired Cindy. I happen to have worked with Cindy. I was a volunteer under her. She was my staff liaison when I was running the songwriters group. So I've gotten to know Cindy. Cindy has a lot of clue going on in her brain. She's smart. She knows what's going on. She has come up and said, we need staff. Staff members have come up and debased themselves and begged for more staff. Now, amazingly, someone on this board keeps saying that they do not have enough information.
Time.
Did I get the extra time that Carabota got? Can I just get like 30 more seconds?
I think now you have gotten that extra time. Thank you.
Okay. Funny that somebody actually has the time to, or actually has the knowledge to say we don't need staff, but doesn't have the information to say that we do.
Renee Sutherland.
Thank you. My name is Renee Sutherland. My pronouns are she and her. I just wanted to bring up the temporary hiring freeze, just in case any of the trustees forgot that it was temporary. If you check out on YouTube, Niles Coalition's YouTube, we have the footage of, when Carolyn was saying that it was a temporary hiring freeze 15 months ago. And what's gone on since then. So go ahead and check that out in case any of you forgot what happened in the last 15 months. And then also wanted to mention about staffing, which, it's like The director is the person who's in charge of staffing. Literally everyone knows that the trustees are not supposed to be the ones making staffing decisions. It's in the handbook that you get from the state librarian. It's like common knowledge at this point. All of us have been hearing this again and again. You let the director staff the library. You have Carolyn Derblick, the president here, talking in a recent meeting about how she performed an analysis of the staffing. And this 66 staff across 66 hours, somehow, you have like a matrix or a grid that you use to figure out that there's all this overstaffing and all this stuff about how we don't need maintenance staff to be here when there aren't children in the library using the bathrooms. Like the best time to clean the bathrooms would be while there's people who need to use the bathrooms, according to you guys, versus how everyone else runs a library or a large building where you know that that's not the time. In KidSpace, you got 2 bathrooms. You're going to have staff cleaning those while kids need to use them. It doesn't make sense. And we shouldn't even have to talk to you about this. If you're that confused, then talk to the director. Let her explain it to you. We've heard her say to you again and again, there are not enough bodies here to do the jobs. And I understand you guys are very excited about trying to refigure out what is wrong with libraries. Like other people have said, there are libraries all over the country. This is how libraries work. You guys are trying to solve a problem that doesn't exist. This idea that having maintenance workers working, having too many staff, you think that you can just shuffle people around wherever, and you want to compare our library statistics to pre-pandemic numbers, but you haven't allowed the director to reopen the library to pre-pandemic hours. You haven't allowed the director to staff the library anywhere near the appropriate levels like it was pre-pandemic. So they can't provide the same level of programming like people have been talking about. You look at the statistics for July compared to last July, they can't even provide the same level of programming they did in 2021 because the library is so understaffed. You haven't allowed the library to send out a newsletter of the same length and at the same frequency as the library did pre-pandemic. I talked to someone who lives in unincorporated Maine Township who told me he did not know until he moved in that Niles Maine District Library was his library. He had a Des Plaines address. He knew he was in unincorporated. He had to find out. One of the ways that people find out is that newsletter. One of the ways that people find out is the school liaison that goes to the children's school. This is outreach to the community. This is connecting with the community. The people who have the greatest need are the people that you should be thinking about, not the people who apparently don't even qualify for the homeowner exemption for their home. You know, most of us who live in Niles who own a home do qualify for the homeowner exemption. So if you have a friend who's telling you he doesn't even qualify for the homeowner exemption for his own home, maybe, refer him to help him find resources to be able to do his homeowner's taxes the way the rest of us do. Anyway, you should be advocating for the library. You're not advocating for the library. You're not advocating for the staff. When you call them liars, outsiders, you call us outsiders. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That's 30 minutes of public comments. There are
Thank you.
2 people who did not speak.
Okay.
They're on the list.
We will be moving on because of our agenda. Thank you, though.
Could we have their names, please?
Yeah, just put their names
in the record.
in the minutes, please.
Cindy, please note the request by the 2 trustees, and then, of course, put those names in there. Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda is
I'd like to hear the names.
David Sutherland and James Saw.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes with respect to the trustees. I would like to read the rules that govern the proceedings
Point
of
of
the
order.
board. As you know, the rules of parliamentary practice comprised in Robert's Rules of Order govern the proceedings of the board. There are certain rules contained within Robert's Rules with respect to decorum, By reminding you of the rules, I hope it will lead to a more civil and productive debate, which is one of the most important concepts underlying parliamentary procedure. Robert's Rule of Order Number 7, debate states speakers must address the remarks to the presiding officer, be courteous in their language and deportment, and avoid all personalities, never alluding to the officers or other members by name where possible to avoid it, nor to the motives of members. Additionally, Robert's Rules of Order Number 43, decorum in debate states, in a debate, a member must confine himself to the question before the assembly and avoid personalities. All the trustees should refrain from disturbing the assembly, and you should encourage others to do likewise. Consistent with Robert's Rules, I am asking each of the trustees to refrain from speaking until recognized, confine remarks to the merits of the pending question, refrain from attacking a member's motives. The measure, not the member, is the subject of debate. Thank you for your cooperation.
Can I read something from the,
Not right now.
why not? Because you just.
You can have it under other. Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
Do I have a motion to move agenda item 11A and 11B to item 5 to address the 2022-2023 budget?
So moved.
I'm not sure you're allowed to do that.
Yes, you
Because if
can.
people are coming to hear a
You
particular discussion.
you can move items if you get a vote. So yes, so we'll take a vote and see
No,
where
I
it
don't think
goes.
so.
Yeah, you could check with Dennis. I'm sorry, with Attorney
It's
Walsh,
a-
please.
It's a, yeah, I know we've done it in the past, but the Open Meetings Act doesn't really allow that, because if people are coming in for a discussion that's been published to happen at a certain time in the meeting, their anticipation is that that's when it's going to happen, and if you move it, they may miss it. So I'm just
All right,
stating.
thank you for that. Margaret, would you call the roll?
President Joby, can you repeat that motion, please?
Do I have a motion to move agenda item 11A and 11B to item 5 to address the 2022-2023 budget?
Motion, but do we have anyone?
Yeah, oh, and then Joe.
Oh, okay, I was going
moved
to
to.
say, I did not hear that. My
Yes.
apologies.
Okay, it
So
was
who
Joe
first?
McCullough and Sue Schoenfeld.
Thank you. Okay. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keene?
No.
3-3 tied, fails.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on.
Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the April 20th, 2022 regular board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a movement and a second. Are there any comments? Trustee Makula?
No comments.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No comments.
Trustee Rozansky?
No comment.
Trustee Olson?
Yes, I just wanted to know, is this the only change on page 4 with the italics? Is that the only change on here? Or was it changed?
There was no change,
There was no change. Then why is it in italics?
because it is her statement. Am I correct? There was no change. That is the statement that Carolyn read, so it's in italics. That's the complete statement.
Okay, you just, so it didn't pass last time, and yet it wasn't changed to pass this time?
We had
there
no
was
direction
no-
on what to change.
Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you. That's all right.
Thank you. Trustee Keene?
Nope.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keene?
No.
3-3 fails.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any direction to change the minutes?
She won't change it,
No.
because we
Yeah,
tried last.
if that part is taken
Don't
out,
say that.
then we would pass it.
I'm sorry, can you
Please just
state that more
summarize it.
clearly? What is it you're requesting?
Your letter to be taken out.
You mean my paragraph for the president's
Correct.
report?
Yes, I think we all know what it is.
Well, we need to state that for the record. Thank you.
We just need a summary, one sentence indicating what it said. Remember, we don't repeat.
I think we should just move on. I don't think there's any.
Oh, it's not.
Okay, moving on, 5B, move to approve the minutes of the May 31st, 2022 special board meeting of the 2022-2023 tentative budget.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a movement and a second. Trustee Makula.
No problems with it.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
No comment.
Trustee Rozansky.
No comment.
Trustee Olson.
Okay, the comment is at the bottom of page 6. It's really very difficult to understand these paragraphs. And actually, I went back and I listened to the video, and I understand why it's written this way, because the video is very hard to understand who did what. But I still say, for example, any quotes or speech by anybody should not be in this summary. So in the first paragraph, the last sentence that says, and I'm sure you all requested documentation to justify a budget. Should we end the meeting? Do you need additional time? You don't repeat what people have said. You want to just change it to indicate that the president asked if any other board members needed more time or needed more documentation, but not to repeat exact questions, not to quote those.
I believe the statement is a direct response to the issue at hand.
And that's exactly what it's not supposed to be.
It's
You're
minutes.
supposed to write the direct response.
Well, if there's an
You need to
issue
write
with the,
just the summary and just, okay, that's what I think,
all right, thank you.
and done, okay?
Trustee Keene.
No.
Okay, Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No,
Trustee Keene?
No.
3-3 fails.
Okay. 5C. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of the July 20th, 2022 regular board meeting? It's in process. So it says in process, but it's here?
No. C is July 20th, and it is on there.
We have July 20th.
August 1st is in process.
Oh, sorry, so it's not July, so good, I can continue. All right, I'll repeat. Move to approve the minutes of the July 20th, 2022 regular board meeting. Okay, can I have a move and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Makula. Any comments?
I think I'm not in agreement with this because it seems like some of these numbers and we haven't finalized our budget. This is a work in process right here, and I don't think all these
this is
finalized
letter C.
numbers appear as if they're finalized. I think we shouldn't have that until we have our finalized budget.
Okay.
It's a draft copy. It's not really, and it gives the impression of a finalized budget.
Oh, okay, thank you. Trustee Schoenfeld?
The budget has not been approved, so we don't need further detailing in terms of what's being said.
All right, thank you. Trustee Rosansky?
I have a question for Cindy. These numbers that are placed on page 11 are the numbers we've agreed on, are they not?
Let me see here. Yes, the library operating expenditures listed there are what was voted and passed, yes. The total general administration is the listing of what the discussion resulted in. So
Those are all numbers then that were approved that night?
for the general and administration, these are you'll see, the papers that I passed out.
Yes, I'm just
go with
asking
these
the numbers
minutes.
here
Well, they
because-
go with these minutes. This is
Okay.
exactly what this represents. So the numbers that the trustees have agreed on in this column are the numbers that are here. The numbers that say on the table was where the discussion ended. And you would see under consultants, it says on the table, the last number discussed was 106,500. That included the 18,000 for strategic planning. So there is no agreement on that line item, but that was where the discussion ended.
Okay.
So these papers are
A
the
direct
result of this
reflection,
meeting.
Yes,
Yes.
of what transpired.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee
With the
Olson?
timestamps.
Yeah, I just have a quick question on page 2. In the middle of the page, I guess.
You mean 9?
Page 9.
Oh, yeah, page 9. There's a number 2 there. Okay.
Yeah, it is. It's confusing because
It's a
there is a
second
9
sheet,
in it too.
okay. All right, page 9. Amending where Trustee Keene was amending the motion. And we talked about it and confirmed to change it. And your statement is it will be added to the minutes. So I just want to know.
So which one? For
Added to
June
the minutes.
15th? Amended the motion to approve the minutes subject to the change and review the video. So, did we do that? For June 15th?
Yes, June 15th.
Yeah, that was done and posted.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Keene?
Thank you for going back and watching the video, however many times you had to do it, to find all these numbers and have them in the minutes. I'm sure that you did spend a lot of time on it and that they are accurate, and for it to be said otherwise is an honest shame. So I appreciate your work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Dublik?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
So these minutes are not different than the last budget discussion we had where I itemized what you agreed on. So what is the direction you want for these minutes then?
Well, I believe there was conversation that the items that were in there that are just portions of the budget should not be in there. They were discussions. And when the tentative budget is approved, that's what's posted and publicized for the residents to
I
see.
thought we voted on those.
So when I actually spoke with the Attorney General's office regarding minutes, he told me that the minutes need to reflect the conversation that happened. So these conversations happened, so they're in the minutes. So that's why they're in here. It doesn't say that it was a motion and it passed. It's a conversation that happened, and it needs to be in the minutes.
And it makes things more transparent.
Actually, again, the tentative budget wasn't approved, and that's what's publicized
This was
once it's decided.
discussed.
That's all I
It
can
doesn't say in the minutes
I'm not
that it
gonna
is the
argue.
budget.
Okay,
It just
thank you.
says that's what we
Margaret,
talked
please call
about.
the roll.
We already did.
We already did, we're done there.
We voted on this? Oh,
Yes,
good,
we
thank
did.
you. All right,
Give them
and
a second chance.
August 1st is in process. Number 6 on the agenda, payment of bills.
I'm confused then. This August 1st, this is still in progress, or is this, I found this on my table when I came in?
What is that?
Why
I don't
is
know what
that in
is.
process?
August 1st, 2022, special board meeting? Or maybe I had
August
this.
1st.
Okay, sorry.
We
I
had
missed.
something else, yeah, but I don't remember where I stuck it.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is payment of bills. Do I have a motion to move agenda item 11A and 11B to item 6 to address the 2022-2023 budget?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, in addition, the 2022-2023 budget is the basis of many items on tonight's agenda
Point of order.
and pertinent to decisions. I'm reading my statements.
It's
Thank
not
you.
time for the agenda, for the budget.
Okay, I'm sorry, but you're misunderstanding. All right, but we did get a
Am I?
move-in from Joe and a second from Sue
Yes, you did.
during my,
So we have to vote before you read your statement.
no, excuse me, that was part of the agenda. Joe and Sue just spoke up while I was still speaking.
Okay.
Does that clarify, hopefully?
Thank you for clarifying. Can
No
we do the vote
problem.
now, please?
Of course.
Thank
For
you.
approving the checks, that's what I thought.
Margaret,
we were doing.
please take the roll.
Thank you.
What are we voting
Says to
on?
move,
So the motion is to, the motion is to move
She's trying to move the budget up again.
items
before-
11A and 11B
She's playing again.
ahead of 6, payment of the bills.
Because the first time we voted no, she thought she'd try again.
Okay.
Margaret, please call the roll.
Trustee
Yes.
Dudlik, Trustee Schoenfeld,
yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Rosensky, Trustee Olson,
No.
Trustee Keen.
I resent what you're doing,
Yes.
and my vote
Are we
is
going to
no.
have this each time?
No
You're going
wonder
to
we're
keep?
here till midnight.
Trustee Keen, your vote is?
My vote is no.
Thank you. 3 to 3 fails.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve operating expenses for employee insurance of $45,772.27, payroll expenses
changing
of
the numbers again? That's not what's on the agenda.
$217,122.84 for a total monthly expense of $262,895.11.
So moved.
I'm not finished. In addition, $94,466.83 for July operating expenses and $161,157.35 for August operating expenses
ask what you're
for a
reading?
total
It's not
of
on the agenda.
$255,604.18 will be approved after tonight's 2022-23
You're
budget
not pulling this
approval.
crap again. And these numbers you're giving us are not the numbers that we are given here.
They are the same numbers, it's just broken down by the.
Well, you have to do what's on the agenda. You
You
don't
have
just
to
get to
tell us
make
the
whatever you
numbers
want
we
when you
have.
walk in
I'm
the
not
door.
making up anything.
You are changing the agenda because you
changing the
feel like it.
agenda.
Okay,
The
there's a
second month
motion,
in a row.
there's
You
a
can
motion,
stick it.
there's a motion on the table, and
Can't make
Margaret,
a
please
motion
call the
on
vote.
Something that doesn't exist.
And then to say it's,
Sorry,
as
Margaret.
long as it's after the budget meeting, this is ridiculous.
Okay, I
You're
have a
trying
motion
to
to
hold us
approve. We have
hostage again.
I'd like to
a first and a
make a
second.
motion for payment of the bills to approve the checks dated July 20th.
Okay, so I think we have to first have a vote on this one, and then we'll go to the other one.
No,
Their
we
vote
can
on
make an
yours
amendment,
doesn't exist.
and then the amendment gets voted on first. So if she wants to amend it,
This has to be voted on first. Yours doesn't exist yet. Hopefully never.
So Carolyn, you made the motion?
I made a motion, and you'd like me to do what now?
No, she can't.
No, who seconded
can't
your
make a
motion?
I believe it was
She
Joe
could
and
make a
Sue.
motion.
Yes.
and
She
then
made
we
a
can
motion.
amend the motion when it comes to our turn to speak.
Why do we have to amend it? We have to read what's on the agenda, don't we?
Well, she's the president, and she made a motion. It isn't on the agenda, but she made a motion.
It's the same item,
So
it's just broken
it's been
down
motion,
differently.
she's a motion on the table, and
no.
it's seconded. So you can either have a discussion, you can amend the motion on the table, or you can vote.
Doesn't she make an amendment later?
She's made the motion. It's not this motion, but she's put a motion on the table.
Or do the
So,
discussion.
do you want to make an amendment to the motion? Then you make an amendment to the
When it
motion.
comes to your turn to talk.
We went through this last month. You amended the motion to match
do.
this.
Thank you.
So Joe seconded, right?
So Joe,
No.
Joe
and
motion,
Sue.
Suzanne seconded?
Yes.
Correct? No,
as
Carolyn
always.
made the motion.
Carolyn made it.
Oh,
I said, do I have a motion?
Oh,
I
okay.
read it.
Oh, so who
That's
made
what
the
I thought.
motion?
Exactly.
Joe
Well, I
made the
read it.
motion?
Joe was the movant, and Sue was the second.
Joe, you made the
Like we always
motion?
do.
No, Carolyn made the motion. She
Carolyn made the motion.
I made a request, do I have a motion to move? And then Joe was the movant, and
Sue.
Sue was the second. This is how we do it all the time. Is there something? you'd
Well,
like
he
to-
doesn't seem to agree. I'm just trying to understand if he realizes
I
he made a
read-
motion.
I read
Yes,
the
but-
Yes,
motion.
you made a motion.
Okay, I read the motion, he's the movant. Maybe it's the terminology. Does that help? Are we clear? I mean, I just want to make sure
Well,
you
he didn't
understand what
sound
we
clear
did.
because he said you made the motion.
Carolyn, I'm going
Right,
to.
I
That's
read the
what
motion.
Sue-
Okay. Carolyn, I'm going to ask if you can break those numbers down for me because I do not have it. And even if I don't catch it here, I want to make sure I have it in the video so it's documented properly.
Please, yeah, give her those
Please.
numbers again.
Thank you.
You want me to read it again? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but
that she can
give me
write
the
them down.
amounts.
Do you have a copy of it?
Yes.
I don't have a copy. Approve.
That would be very professional to have a copy of it.
Proof.
Approve operating expenses for employee insurance of $45,772.27. Payroll expenses of $217,122.84 for a total monthly expense of $262,895.11. In addition, $94,446.83 for July operating expenses and $161,157.35.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Can you repeat that number, please?
The
The 90
161?
something. The 90
It was
something?
93,874.63, and then for July, and 100,
$161,157.35.
got it. Thank you.
For August operating expenses for a total of $255,604.18.
I understand the accountant gave us the language for the agenda, so I don't know why it needed to be changed. If the numbers really are the same, just broken down differently, we should have listened to the accountant.
Correct.
And it's on the agenda. Why aren't we following the agenda? Can you,
Because
we
she
need
is
an
the executive
explanation
officer.
besides.
Well,
a
because
bunch of
I
numbers.
received a breakdown of the numbers after the agenda was published. Otherwise, if I knew this information before, I would have.
What's wrong with the language that the accountant gave us?
I'm just separating it. Do we want
Why?
to vote on this?
Why are you changing
No, we
it?
don't want to vote until you explain why you.
Because
what are you
we-
trying to accomplish? Why are you not following
If you're
protocol?
changing the numbers we
Okay, the
got from
purpose is to
accountant,
approve-
To
the
me, are you trying to pull a fast one?
No, I'd like to speak, though, and respond to your
ahead.
question. I'm making a motion to approve the employee insurance and payroll expenses right now. And then the remainder of the expenses will be paid after we approve the budget, because we haven't approved our tentative budget yet.
You don't, that's baloney.
And the budget has to be passed tonight because
Our
of the deadline.
accountant and our
Please
lawyer
stop
both
interrupting.
Told us that
So the
we
reason
should
I-
not do it this way. This is just more of your trying to bully us so that we pass the budget the way you want it passed. Unacceptable.
Trustee Rosansky, I have tried to move the budget before these items to eliminate all this controversy.
Baloney. It's still,
And you
it's still
refuse.
bullying.
Are we going to take a motion, a roll call on this so we can move forward, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
We need to pay the employees, yes.
Trustee Rosansky?
Give me a break.
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Keene?
No.
3-3 fails.
I'd like to make an amendment to approve the checks dated July 20, 2022 for operating expenses of $93,874.63. Approve the operating expenses of $242,774.46. Payroll expenses of $217,122.84 for a total monthly expense of $459,897.30.
I second.
Anybody want an explanation? Yes, we're just following the protocol. That's my explanation.
And what
So
the
basically
lawyer
the
and the
original one on
accountant
the
both
agenda.
suggested we do.
Yes.
Um,
And it is not necessary
Margaret, when you're ready, please call the roll.
to have this letter.
Actually, I have a question because, not yet. Go ahead.
Ready?
Yeah.
Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
3-3 fails.
We consulted the accountant about this item, and his suggestion is as written on the agenda. And you are just making up your own agenda, which is unbelievable.
Excuse me, in response, Trustee Olson, what the accountant was trying to do was separate July
To make it
distinct.
where it was understandable, the way you wrote it, it sounded like a bunch of hogwash.
Once again, the
I don't think
accountant
you
was
speak for
trying
the
to
accountant. Don't
separate
put
July
mouth-
from
don't
August.
put
Thank
words in
you.
his mouth. He can speak for himself.
And the attorney also stated we should pay all of the bills. We are still in the first quarter. So holding the library hostage, holding us hostage because you refuse to pay all the bills, if you think this is negotiating or coming to this to compromise and in good faith, I don't see where it is.
I have a question. You know, several months back, I asked.
Trustee Keene, we're moving on, but under other, please ask
No,
your
this
questions.
is absolutely about payment of the bills.
Okay, number 7 is
I'm not going to be
Trustee
silenced.
Reports.
I'm just going to keep talking, so you might as well listen.
Trustee
I asked
Keene,
to have,
you cannot continue to disrupt
I asked
meetings.
to have email sent to me.
Number
when
7
the bills
on
were
the
not
agenda
paid.
is
Since that
Trustee
has not
Reports.
happened, I'm asking tonight to
President,
find out which bills
tonight,
have been paid.
August 17th,
And so
is the
bills that
final
have actually
meeting
been signed
date
by the
for
treasurer
the
and
board approve the
secretary,
tentative budget
there are
in
6
order
checks that have been
to
signed.
adopt
They are here. They
the
are
ordinance
staffed.
2202 for the final budget and appropriation
And there are
July 1, 2022
checks have
to
not
June
been
30th,
signed.
2023. Second,
Here are
provide
the
the
other
required
72
publication in the local newspaper.
These checks are not
3,
being signed by
to
the
schedule a
treasurer
public
or
hearing
the
to meet the
secretary.
statutory
you
deadline
go.
of September
They need to be
27,
signed. 72 checks
2022.
for you. So,
I'll repeat.
I'll sit down
Number
when I'm done.
7, Trustee
Checks need to be
Reports.
signed before we leave the building
A,
today.
the President's report tonight, August 17th.
Budget or no budget,
is
they
the
need to be
final
signed
meeting
tonight.
Date for the
We
board
have
to
been told,
approve the
we have been
tentative
told
budget
by
in
our
order
library
to adopt the
lawyer,
ordinance
our accountant, and the
2202
executive
for the
director
final
of the
budget
Illinois
and
Library
appropriation
Association
July
that
1,
not only can we pay the
2022
bills,
to
we have
June
been
30,
encouraged to pay the
2023.
bills by the lawyer. You are
Provide the
holding the bills
required
literally and
publications in the local
figuratively
newspaper.
hostage on
And
that
third, to
desk
schedule a
for the
public
remainder of
hearing
the night, and we
to
are
meet
not
the
leaving until they are
statutory
all
deadline
signed.
of September 27, 2022.
Wait, I
Nice
Number
try,
7
Carolyn. I think I was
Number
heard.
7 on the agenda is Trustee Reports. Could we move on now?
No.
Tonight is August 17th, the final meeting date for the board to approve the tentative budget
I'm not
in
moving
order
forward with this meeting
to
until you
adopt
acknowledge
the
what I said.
ordinance 2202 for the final budget
I
and
demand that you
appropriation.
acknowledge what I
July
said.
1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, provide the required publication in the local newspaper to schedule
I
a
demand
public
that you
hearing
acknowledge what I had
to
to
meet
say.
the statutory deadline of September 27th, 2022. Item number 7 on the agenda is the trustees' report. Tonight, August 17th, is the final meeting date for the board to approve the tentative budget in order to adopt the ordinance 2202 for the final budget and appropriation
You're out of
July
order. Go
1,
sit down.
2022 to June 30th, 2023. Provide the required publication in the local newspaper and to schedule a public hearing to meet the statutory deadline of September 27th, 2022. Thank you.
What happened to all the trustee reports and the director's?
Next on the agenda is B. Trustees.
Are you trying to move it forward
Trustee
again?
McCullough, do you have anything to say under trustee report?
No, I don't.
Trustee Schoenfeld. Trustee
Yes, I do.
Rosansky.
More and more people are joining nitwits. Go for it. The art display on the third floor is beautiful. How lucky we were to have the artists teach a workshop on glass calligraphy. I took it, it was wonderful. Please, please, please go and see the display.
There we go.
I feel so lucky. Nope. Skip that. This month, Take and Make Craft was an origami lantern. It was a very miniature origami lantern. Quite nice. The glass etching workshop was also a big hit. Thanks to the staff for all they have done organizing this month's workshops. Thank you, staff.
Thank you, Trustee Olson.
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Keene isn't here. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the treasurer's report to review financial reports. Thank you. Trustee McCullough, you're up for the financial reports, please.
Okay. July is the first month of our budget year. We received $100,396 in income. At the close of the month, we had $13,025,375 in cash and investments. Salaries for July were $223,337. Employee fringe benefits were $55,224 for a total of $278,561. We had purchases of library materials of $74,171 in July. Operating expenses in July were $47,468. General and administrative expense was $32,549. Utility costs for July were $5,506. Building and equipment maintenance was $3,232. Total expenses for July were $458,646. We are currently operating at the rate of $5,503,752. If we project this rate for the remainder of this budget year, $5.5 million should be a starting point for any budget that we construct for our next budget, the 22-23 budget. Any increases should be limited to the rate of inflation and nothing more. Increased spending will not increase any meaningful increase in circulation or attendance, and will increase our need to raise taxes
Point of order.
on our
This isn't the
residents in this
treasurer
typical
report. You're
financial
doing
time.
budget stuff. This is not
Excuse me.
what should be in your treasurer report. This is not the financial report.
I'm
Trustee
going to have to
Rosansky,
start
you're out of
again
order.
because I
Please
was
do not
Point
interrupt.
of
interrupted.
order. This is not
Continue.
the financial
Total expenses
report.
for July
You
were
are talking budget.
$458,648. We are currently operating at the rate of $5,503,752. If we project this
Point of
rate for the
order.
remainder of the budget
Point of
year,
order.
total expenditures for July were
of order.
$458,646. We are currently operating at the rate of
I could get louder too, Joe. Point of order.
$5,503,753. If we project this rate for
Point
the
of order.
remainder of this budget year,
Point of order.
$5.5 million should be a
Point of
starting
order.
point for any budget that we
Point
construct
of
in the
order.
budget
We don't
year.
want to hear your budget stuff. We only want to hear
Any
the financial
increase-
report. Point of order.
Just stick to the budget.
We're done.
Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda,
Elliot.
I can't believe you want to continue like this.
Well,
Miss
I can't
Oh,
help you with your
have
outbursts.
Control, yes, you do. You control the other two people on the other side of you. You have control.
I absolutely do. Okay, next on the agenda is number 8, the director's report.
This is a farce.
Cindy, would you like to add some details to this or any comments?
Here. Which Pam held up, but the fall newsletter is out, and it should be arriving in homes, if you didn't get it today, soon. So that's very exciting, moving into fall. I did want to point out on page 28, there's a lot of statistics on here, and I did want to just highlight a few of them. One here in particular where we measure total unexpired district library card holders. And so those are the people with active cards, and this is 15% over last year.
Good.
So I think that's a very good statistic. It is library cards. It's a sort of a revolving door. So we always have, every month, we have cards that are removed from the database for various reasons, and we have cards that are added. So it's sort of a constant churn, which is why marketing in libraries and community outreach is so important, as Pam also mentioned, because, keeping those cards active. If a card is not used for 3 years, it is purged. So we have put in place a system where automatically, if the card has not been used for 1 year, we sort of send out an email, say, hey, we're still here, come and visit your library. And then the month before it's purged, we also send another communication out to remind people that their card is about to be purged and to please, they can just place a hold, check out an ebook, anything to just activate that card again before it's purged. So I thought that was something worth sharing with the trustees. Also, we had very good news for the Digital Services Department. They had applied for a grant, and they have been awarded the grant to it's for the PLA Digital Literacy Workshop Initiative, and so they were selected out of 160 libraries to participate, or with 160 libraries to participate with this workshop that is supported by AT&T in cooperation with PLA. So we're very happy to congratulate Todd and the digital services staff for reaching out to be able to get money that will allow for more computer digital literacy workshops. So congratulations to them as well.
Cindy, I'm sorry, how much was that grant for?
Yes, I know. It isn't actually on this letter, but it was on the email, which I didn't print. So I will get that to you.
Could you just share that with us,
Sure.
at some point? Thank you.
Did you already send us that email or no?
No, I just found out about it this
Okay,
morning.
cool,
Yeah.
cool. I thought it might have been in an email you already sent us.
So, are there any other questions about any of the statistics?
Trustee McCullough, do you have any questions for
No,
Cindy?
no, I don't.
Trustee Schoenfeld? Trustee Rosansky?
I have a couple of statements pertaining to your director's report. Seeing the fact that both youth and teen registration are both youth and teen is on a rise makes my heart happy. The letter from the State Department about our passport service stating that the library is one of a group of passport facilities throughout our state to receive a perfect score on the acceptance facility oversight, acceptance facility review report. Good work, guys. And thank you. And thank you, Cindy, for reporting it.
I did actually find the email here. So, we have been awarded $7,000 to use towards the effort.
Cool.
What was that effort again?
It is a joint initiative between PLA and AT&T to expand the reach of training materials available on digitallearn.org to help people to learn more about computers and work to eliminate the to enhance digital literacy workshops.
So we would be able to use this information to put on workshops.
Exactly.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
It would be used for whatever the staff feels it should be used for, right? As far as the digital literacy goes.
Depend on
What says, this is from Todd, our proposal for use of funds included a marketing campaign that would inform members of the community about digital training resources that are available here at the library, as well as a portion of the funds to be used to purchase new iPads that will be used for instructional use and patron use within the library.
Cool.
I just wanted to make the
Wonderful.
point that it's a staff's decision how to use it, not the board's.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, Trustee Olson?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that I really like the looks of the new format for this library highlights here.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that it actually, after I review it, it goes to marketing, and they spend, so it saves me about 15 hours a month, because they actually do what they're best at, which is, right, formatting and making a finished product, so.
Very nice.
It was great.
Yes. And also, congratulations, as we spoke of the passport services. That's excellent recognition. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Keene.
Just have a couple of questions. On page 34, I, noticed that there's a list of the community groups meeting in the library. I'm not remembering that being in there before. Is this new or no?
No, it's actually, it was in there. You know, there was a period of time where you were getting graphic statistics and not the actual sheets. If you remember, Susan would put graphs together, colored graphs. But prior to that, at the end of the program list was always, Diane always put the outside meeting groups. So they weren't happening for a while, right? We started up again. Okay. Margaret was doing that. And so we're just getting back on board with actually listing them here. Okay. So,
and did the Chamber of Commerce meet also?
The Chamber, yes. Well, I don't know that they do meet. They were here just the other day, so I don't know. Oh, it's actually listed here. It's listed under Adult Services.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the only other question I had, I noticed when reading through the library highlights that a couple of the departments listed what their displays were for the month, which was nice to know. I'm just wondering if that was something they put in just for information, or is that something that I'm just looking towards book banning and like, why are we listing that kind of information? Like, has that been?
No, they have been doing that. Okay. Usually in their reports, they list the displays that they're doing.
Okay, so that's just.
Yeah.
All right.
It's just.
Because I was questioning the same thing, especially lately when you're hearing more and more libraries closing or banning certain types of material. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I would like also to thank or congratulate Athena and her department for their, the letter from the Secretary of State for their outstanding achievements. And I also would like to congratulate Todd for receiving a grant for digital learning that will really serve our residents. And then I just had one question for you, Cindy, regarding our statistics. I noticed in the past we were able to get a yearly comparison going back to 2018-19, which brought in the pre-COVID numbers to help us see where we're gauging our increases. Could you continue that going forward? I didn't see it in today's packet.
No, I didn't. I don't do that every month. Last month I did the whole year because it was the end of the fiscal year. But I think more quarterly. It's a lot of work. I don't think I can do that every month, but I can do it quarterly.
Do we not have a report to bring up those figures? I mean,
No.
it's that complicated.
Yes, it's the monthly figures and it's compiled, So no, it's not an automatic report. It's
Well,
something I
What I'm
compile.
thinking is, do we not have figures from the board meetings during this period of time that you could just pull that report?
Well, yes, that's all there, but I just can't pull it. I have to create it. That's what I'm saying. I can't do that every month. I'll do it quarterly.
So if I wanted to go back to 2018 and look at the numbers by month, I could see them in an older.
Yeah, you can go back to the board packets and look at them.
And that information was not housed somewhere like in a computer program? Like we don't have that type of information for statistics?
I said, yes, we have that information. That's how I gather the reports.
Oh, I know, but it'll take you 3 months. I don't want to put you through all that.
It doesn't take me 3 months to do it. I will do it quarterly. That's all I'm saying.
So you will provide what stats quarterly going
Year
back?
to date.
I'm sorry.
Year-to-date quarterly reports.
Year-to-date quarterly.
And then you want it compared to what, 4 years? That's what I gave you last
It would
month.
be, since our reports are monthly, could they be monthly? But you're going to do it quarterly, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that would
Why don't you do it?
So,
You have a lot of time.
That's what I was doing. I did that last year. I presented it, not every month, but I presented it
But you had more
several
people
times.
in the upper office, in the office, than you do now. It's just basically you and 2 women.
Well, a statistics person would be wonderful, maybe one
Yes.
day.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Agenda?
Okay, the next item on our agenda, so we've gone through communications, which is number 9. Again, congratulations to Athena and her patron services staff. Number 10 is new business. Do I have a motion? Do I have a motion to table to approve $4,690 for annual maintenance of 3 boilers until the September 21st board meeting?
Trying to not pay another bill.
5,000.
Yeah, what about the A? You're totally skipping over A? Move to approve $5,690 for the annual maintenance of 3 boilers?
That's what I just read.
No, you said 4,000. You went to the one below.
No, you said 4,690 instead of
Yeah,
5,690.
Okay.
didn't say the right
Do I have a
number.
motion to table
Can't even get that right.
the approval of $5,690 for annual
To table?
maintenance
No.
of 3 boilers until the 9/21 board meeting?
So moved.
Second.
She's trying to get to the budget, that's why.
Okay, is there any conversation? Comments by any trustees?
Well, we haven't passed the budget, and that would be in the budget, so
Trustee
it
Schoenfeld?
fills in with the rest.
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rozansky?
No comment.
Trustee Olson?
I would like to make an amendment to approve the $5,690 for annual maintenance of 3 boilers. That's my comment.
Second it.
I don't know about that. A little more Roberts than I
Because we
know.
can do what we want. Everybody does what they want around here.
It's like the Wild West.
So are we going to address the first motion on the table?
No, we have
And
to have
then
an
the,
amendment. So usually the amendment goes
So we'll go,
first, and then.
that's
the
fine,
first
we
motion.
can certainly do that, whatever you would like. Trustee Keene, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I'm really wondering why you allowed this to be on the agenda if you had no intentions of doing it.
Amendment is,
That's a good question. But now, because of the length of the budget, it's being postponed, I would like to see.
Patty seconded.
That doesn't make sense.
Well,
There's three
we would
things
like to,
discuss
we would
on
like
the
to pass
budget.
our budget.
So would we.
Well, we're not going to pass a budget if you don't deal with the bills, which I tried to explain to you, but you wouldn't listen, so.
Okay, excuse me, Margaret, would you like to call a roll?
For the amendment.
It should be the amendment.
So let's go. Trustee Derblick?
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
No.
Trustee Makula?
No.
Trustee Rosensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
And Trustee Kien?
Yes.
Okay, 3-3 fails.
So now you go and do her vote for the other one that
Okay, so
Joe
this didn't work.
motioned
Okay.
for.
So we're ready for the first one? Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee
No.
Rosensky? Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Kien?
No.
Okay, 3-3 fails.
Okay, the next item on the
So
agenda.
doesn't that stay on the agenda, though,
It doesn't
because,
stay on the agenda because they're saying to take it off the
right,
agenda.
you wanted to table it, we're not tabling it, so it's
So
on the.
that means it stays on the
here we
agenda
go.
if
We
I'm
need to-
understanding the way it's
But you
worded.
already voted to approve it, and it failed. That was the amendment. So I think we move on.
Okay, missing 10B.
Sorry, Rich.
Sorry, Rich. I know the importance of this, Rich, but, I also know the importance of dealing with what we're
The
dealing with.
next item on the agenda is 10B. Do I have a motion to table to approve a $4,000 per month stipend for Rich Wozniczka as interim facility supervisor until the
It is
position is filled?
unfathomable that you are not going to pay the man.
Ridiculous. You're
To the executive session
paying a
on
man who's done this
9/21.
work for
You
us.
should
At
walk out of
such
this room
time
and
when the
never come
board
back.
can review this.
Jesus, Mary
I'll repeat it.
Joseph.
Do I have a motion to table
Oh,
to approve a $4,000 per month stipend for Rich Wozniczka?
How can you look at him? How can you even look him in
To the executive
the face?
session on 9/21
And
at
ask him
such
to work
time
for you.
when the board
Sorry,
can
neighbor.
review this as interim facility supervisor until the position is filled.
You're treating the
This-
staff like they are garbage.
No, I'm not.
This is
you are.
this
I
is a
had
matter
asked
for
for this
executive session.
initially.
I move to,
you could go yourself.
So
Why don't
you're
you
moving-
go out to executive
Do I have a
session all
second?
by yourself.
a second.
Okay, thank you.
Suzanne, you second, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Should we vote, or are we talking?
I guess, if we want to continue.
Margaret, if you're
this
ready,
meeting.
please call the roll.
Thank you. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
yes.
Trustee Rosensky?
No.
Trustee Olson?
No.
Trustee Kien?
No.
3-3 fails.
Okay.
Can we vote on the original?
Do I have a motion to
No,
approve?
because it's already failed. And they're going to vote no, so why bother?
Do I have a motion to approve a $4,000 per month stipend for Rich Wozniczka as interim supervisor until the position is filled?
Yes.
Yes,
So I
I
have,
motion.
so
Second.
it's Patty and Diane, okay.
So you can do both, you can approve this and you can still discuss it. You can approve at least July, August, and September, and then discuss it in September to move forward.
Thank you. Because this way, we're paying him for what he's already done.
Exactly. So we anticipated the
Until
new
September.
supervisor to arrive in July, and then they did not. So he is continuing to do the work, and he should be paid So to amend the motion to pay for July, August, and September, and then discuss it further in September.
In executive session at the
fine.
September 17th meeting. Right. I had hoped that we would have been able to do that tonight. But thank you. Do I have a motion to approve a $4,000 per month stipend for Rich Wozniczka as interim supervisor for the months of July and August, and to move this to the executive session on September 17th, 2022, for further review?
So motion.
Do I have a second? Second.
Thank you.
Okay,
The
so
board
that
meeting
was-
is the 21st,
Oh, sorry, you're right.
21st of September.
She was close.
And I'm sorry, Patty, you motion and Diane second?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so that was for the change.
Ready? Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makulat?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keen?
Yes.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 yeas. Passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next item on the agenda.
I have a question. Should we hang on to all of this material on the boiler since we weren't able to discuss it today?
Yes.
So that they don't have to reissue this to us?
Yes.
Thank you.
You can get back to us. We'll send it to you next month if you want to do that.
Yeah, give it back to them
I
instead.
will give it back to you with pleasure.
Okay, so there it is.
Whatever makes your little heart happy, precious.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is 11A, to review for approval the proposed tentative 2022-2023 budget. It is customary for the board to approve a tentative budget in April, May, or June, which funds the new
Lie.
fiscal year beginning July 1st. Tonight's approval of the tentative budget is paramount to adopt the 2202 ordinance for the Budget and Appropriations, July 1, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, to meet the statutory deadline of September 27th, 2022. Okay, so.
I'm sorry for a minute. If you see me take my phone out, it's because I'm checking my blood levels.
Okay, at the last board meeting, or at several meetings now, we have discussed many of these items at length, and there still are a few items we are not agreeing on, and I would like to address what appears to be the reason why. Of course, we're differing sides and have differences of opinion, but there is a,
Let her talk, please. Go ahead. So rude. Say what
there
you're gonna
is
say.
there was a concern that I had heard about the trustees to my right making sure that the budget would be funded when the board changes to be able to fill all the vacancies
That's
and
not what I
to
said.
and to pay for the other items that we're rejecting. So as I said before, I looked into.
You're misquoting me if you're quoting me.
As I looked into the statutes, I just want to assure you, although we disagree on the budget amount, there's two reasons why we've We came up with a budget that's less than yours. One, because the total budget amount will be the amount that will be expected to be paid by the residents. So the budget, I believe now, is at, our budget that we requested is at 6.6, and it's the difference is almost $1 million. But what I want to share with you is how the budget can actually work for both sides. So should the board change tomorrow, in a month, or whenever, and you have control, the funding is available. And I have the statutes, and I checked this with the attorney. There's 3 different ways that you can increase the appropriations. The first way is you can transfer one appropriation to another appropriation, which is one line item to another. And remember, appropriation is 100% of the budgeted amount. And the appropriation is there for the spending by the library. So you can move monies from one item to another. It cannot be more than 10%. Should you require more than 10%, you would follow the same procedure we'll be following once the budget is approved. You'll have a public hearing, you'll make an amendment, and then you'll vote with a 2/3 vote of your board, and you can increase the numbers to whatever you deem necessary.
Can I speak?
So what I want to, I'm not finished.
Go ahead.
So what I hope you understand, or everyone understands, is with the 6.6 budget, I'm just throwing that number up, you would have $13 million that you would be able to spend. So everything that you are requesting that we may not have approved can be covered. That's one way.
And likewise.
The other possibility is, oh yeah, right, that's 2 ways. And there was one more, the third option.
I don't have that paper.
Let me see. Okay, no, I'm sorry, there's only 2.
Okay. Now, can I please ask you, am I the person you're quoting?
No.
Because if you are, you're misquoting me.
I'm making a general statement of all the
You
comments
said
I've
you have heard. And you and I have had a discussion about this.
I have had,
did
again,
not
Patty,
say
I'm not
that.
talking about you. Thank you, though. All right? I just want,
And we've also had a discussion about appropriation.
I know, but I need you to understand.
Being raised by fiscally responsible parents, I was taught not to use your money you have set aside for emergencies, which was what appropriations is.
No, it's
you
not.
are now telling us, oh, don't worry, use your emergency money.
Patty, you are totally.
I feel that it's unacceptable.
Patty, you are totally mistaken. An appropriation is not emergency funds. It is your budget.
Your budget.
You need to stop telling people they're wrong and mistaken.
Appropriation.
Please contact.
Have a
All right,
budget.
Patty,
in
you're-
the past, I've been on this board for 8 years. And in the past, when we've had a budget, we spend according to the budget, not the appropriations. The appropriations is there in case something unexpected comes up. What I'm understanding you to say is, don't worry, we have appropriation.
Patty, please
Be
stop.
happy.
Please stop this charade. No, this is, if you want to speak, please be more
You should be
professional.
coming here in good faith, and we
I am.
should not be being bullied, which is what I feel you have been trying to do all night.
Okay,
Bully
Patty,
us.
can you please refrain to facts and not your personal opinion?
Okay.
Again,
Same for you.
The information.
Facts are you're bullying us.
The information I brought to you was
Who are you talking to? You
the
can do
information.
this, you can do that.
The information that I just shared with you is in the statutes, and I confirmed it with the attorney, the library attorney.
You know what else is in the statute?
So-
That we can pay the bills.
Exactly, but apparently some
In
of
a
us
way
don't
it
believe that part of the statute.
So you're
but
going to
hey,
pick
that's
one part
okay.
and
So are
ignore
we
another
here-
part.
Believe their part.
Are we
They
here
pick and
to
choose
approve a
which
budget?
statutes we
You know,
listen
this is
to.
becoming a circus.
Well,
Could we
Came a
try to
circus the second you
refrain
walked
from
in the
it?
door.
started trying to move the budget forward and blowing off the rest of
Are
the
we not
meeting.
interested in approving the budget so
No,
we
I
can
am
get our new
definitely
year?
interested if, and this is a big if, you've come, the three of you, in good faith and willing to compromise. I'm not saying I'm not willing to compromise. I definitely am willing to compromise. I am not willing to just be bullied into passing the budget you want.
You're not being bullied, Patty.
see-
I'm trying to explain, you could
Yes, we
spend
are. Everything
as
you've done
many
tonight
millions as you want.
is there.
The money is there. But I don't feel, based on this economy and after all of the reviews we've had, that we need to increase the budget when we can just as well, should the need occur.
In so many things.
Patty, there's the difference in the budget between.
Let's just go line by line and get to what we're discussing and see if who's willing to
Okay,
compromise.
well, here's the thing. We're not going line by line anymore. We've
Oh,
already done
now
it.
you're going to turn your tables line by line, lady. You wanted to go
Excuse
line
me,
by line every
you know what,
single night.
If we could
Now you're
just
changing
try
your
to
mind.
maintain an adult conversation here.
Okay, fine,
We
yeah,
have
go
had
ahead.
7 meetings scheduled for this budget.
Yes,
We have
Another
gone,
budget because I,
excuse me, I'm
Let her
speaking.
please-
no.
Let her please
If
finish
you
her
don't,
thing.
that's okay, because I'll use less.
I'm sorry, Cindy, do you need to address something? I wasn't aware.
Thank you.
We have had 7 meetings regarding this budget. We've gone down every
Never mind.
item.
I have this.
All right, I'm sorry. We can just wait until everyone's
I'm
finished
sorry.
speaking.
Well, but are you finished arguing now?
No, let her finish because we're not going anywhere unless she finishes her spiel. Please finish.
Of what we can do to help ourselves? Is that what we're?
No, let her finish how she wants to run this. Please finish.
Okay, let's start cooperating for a budget.
We have already gone through this budget numerous times, line by line. We know exactly what items we disagree on.
And there's 3.
And what I tried to bring to the table tonight was, rather than bicker over these 3 areas any further, since you're able to use the appropriations to
That's
get
not
what you-
okay. Forget it.
Unacceptable.
No.
I'm interested in approving this budget, and
So you need to
I don't see
compromise.
why, we've already compromised.
So have we.
Exactly, and what I'm trying to say is, there's no more conversation that we could possibly have. The money's in the budget. You only need
I'm willing
900,000
to
more.
give up some things to get other things, and you're
Okay,
not even
we've
willing to
already done
discuss it.
that. We've
No,
already-
we haven't.
Yes,
because
we've talked
literally
about this.
Everything I'm saying I want, or I think we should consider, I've been getting shot down. I think we should at least discuss, I think there's 2 items.
If you would
Or
like
3
to,
items.
if you would like to rediscuss the 3 categories, by all means, please start.
I just would like, and I know that you are dead set against it, I am not asking to hire staff. I'm just asking to budget. We could go with 1.4%, which you wanted, as long as we budget for at least 15 part-timers. So that way, when the new board comes in, they don't have to worry about the appropriations because the money is there if they want to hire 15.
The
We
money's-
are down 33 staff members, 15 part-timers. We do not pay, all we pay for part-timers is days off and vacation. They get no insurance, they get no benefits.
The money is currently available in appropriations. It won't be
Okay,
a
this is your-
impossible decision or impossible task for the new board.
Okay, if you're not willing to compromise on these things, and you have
No,
your,
she's not.
The money is in appropriations. What more do you need?
we need it in the regular money fund, not the
Yes.
Well, let's
appropriation.
say,
Not how you create.
all right, let's look at
That's
it
not
this
how
way.
to run a business
Okay, excuse
effectively.
me, let's look at it
No,
this way.
excuse me, I was talking.
You would like the new board to be able to have the money to hire or fill all the vacancies.
No.
What I'm
Nobody
saying-
said that. I said 15 part-time positions.
What I'm saying,
15 when we're down, how many? 33 or 32? I'm asking for 15 part-timers.
That's not even half.
What would that be? Can we?
How many dollars are you asking for?
Can you please,
Question?
for 15 part-timers, what would it cost us?
The 15 vacancies? The 15,
part-timers, yes.
yeah, well, I can't pull a number out of my head.
I thought we had that written down.
So if you're just going to hire new part-time people, the base salary is $16. So how many, 15 times 16? You're hiring 15 people.
$16.
Well, how many hours are they going
And
to
that
work?
would be part-time is 18 hours.
Okay, well, hold on a minute.
Because anything more than 18, we have to pay them benefits.
6514. Let's see.
What is it?
The original staff budget was asking for $3,490,000 in salaries. Joe's budget is $2,895,000, and ours was $3,722,000. We could split the difference. That's one way to compromise,
Yes.
without having to know an exact number for each staff.
Exactly.
I
Okay,
agree, and
so-
we could do that for the other two sections as well.
We can just split the amounts.
Here it is, 66.
So 15 hours,
15 staff at 18 hours. Sorry.
so it'd be like 15,000 in just wages.
Yeah,
So I don't know, you know, the other things that come
Yeah.
along with that, the taxes and all, but
yeah.
It would be
But 15,
15,000 in
we don't have
wages.
to pay insurance or any of that. I don't think that's out of line. That's a lot less than what we originally budgeted. And that's a lot less than the library originally asked for.
Every part-time position has its own cost value. It depends on the hours, it depends on the position, it
And
depends
it's
on
up
the
to the
benefits.
director to decide where they're most needed. Because she's the one who would most understand the value of these positions. So what we're asking is for that, you said 15,
So 15 employees, 18 hours a week.
yeah.
That's not what I did before, right?
Okay.
18 hours a week.
Somewhere.
Okay. So 18 hours a week. No, that's each one.
Oh, excuse me.
7867486.
So.
Okay, so
Round up.
each employee is 15,000.
Each employee would be.
Each employee is 15,000 a year.
Times 15.
No, $15,000 a year for one part-time employee that works 18 hours a week.
Yes. But what I'm saying is for 15 part-timers, we would times that by 15.
Right.
15,000 Times 15. 225,000.
Which is a lot less than if we were to split the difference between the two budgets is $827,000 and $827,805 is half of the difference between the.
Exactly.
Or no, let me,
It's a
it's
lot
more like
less
400. Let me
than-
divide
yeah,
that by
it's-
2.
Yeah. So what we're asking
413.
is if you would please add to the budget. I'm not saying you need to hire them. You can wait for the new board if you wish. But at least let's budget for 15 staff, 15 part-time staff at
18 hours a week.
18 hours a week at
$225,000.
$225,000.
I did the math on that, and I came up with 210,600.
Well, you know what, Joe? Nothing
Well,
personal, but
It's
they have calculators.
18 times 52, right? 52 weeks. Is that what you used? I don't know.
Their weekly salary was 270 times 52.
Well, I didn't do it that way.
You don't know what their weekly salary is? You don't know where how do you know their weekly salary if you don't know where they're going to be placed?
18 times $15,
No,
you
because
said?
they're being hired at the base,
Which is $15, you said.
well, for grade 5, for an assistant,
Yeah.
grade 5 is $16 is the
Oh,
base.
$16, sorry.
But how do we know what grade level these part-time employees will be? Each grade level is a different salary.
Even if we budget
Yes.
for grade 5, which is the lowest, at least it's something. I'm not asking you for full-timers. I'm not asking you for librarians. I'm asking for grade 5, which is the lowest level, 15 employees to be budgeted for.
Yeah, it should be $16 an hour, right?
You know, I think it looks like what we're doing is just adding $225,000 to the budget. We're talking about part-timers. We don't even know where they'll be used, where they're needed. And I'm trying to, is this just a money game? I don't understand what we're accomplishing here.
It's because you wouldn't even allow for the possibility to investigate what positions would be filled first. That would have been helpful to figure this out.
I would like to see us look into the positions as they are and how we can reevaluate them, because there's a lot that needs to be changed.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you're not willing, how about, you don't want $225,000? How about $200,000?
You know what? See, again, it's not.
No,
it's not
the
a money.
fact that you're not willing to put any money
If you let me
aside
finish,
to hire.
you let me finish. Okay, my position is not, let's add 200,000 or 225,000. My position is we're talking about staffing.
Yes.
And there's so many different reasons we need to reevaluate our staff.
Okay.
And I'm not even
Why
sure
don't
this
we let
budget, please let me speak.
Because
This
we know
is
what you're
not,
gonna say, it's
but
all
then
the
please,
same.
would you please continue my sentence?
Yes, I need some more
continue my
paperwork. I need some more paperwork. I need proof.
Okay, thank you, but
Help me
that's not correct.
understand.
Okay,
Help me
if you let me
understand.
speak. I don't feel that the budget is the time for us to be determining what positions we're filling and what positions
I'm not
we don't
saying
need.
what positions.
I
I'm just
believe
saying at
this
least
is,
Let's budget for
All
something.
right, Patty. The
Goodwill.
best person that could answer that question and help you understand.
I don't need anyone to answer my question. I need to finish my statement.
Let her finish her
My
statement.
position
Cindy
is,
could help you understand.
She doesn't want to listen to it right now. She wants
She
to
doesn't
talk.
want to
Let her
listen
talk.
to
Let her talk.
Cindy could
We're
explain
not getting
it.
anywhere unless you let her talk. Please let her talk. This is a disgrace. Go ahead and
You're a
talk.
disgrace.
Well, you're right, Carolyn. We've heard it all before. We're all tired of hearing the same thing over and over and over again. So let's just get to the nitty gritty. Can Cindy just help you?
okay, the nitty gritty is this question of positions should also be included in our economic package with union negotiations. That's my position.
Well, yeah.
Is she correct, Cindy?
We have no economic proposal from the union at this point.
But we will.
Would this be included in that?
I have no idea. I've never negotiated a union contract.
The economic package has to do with staffing and their benefits and their salaries. It's all about staffing. And I think this is part of a bigger conversation, and that's where it belongs.
Then I think we can give them the money.
Okay.
And they could put it where it is needed.
It doesn't matter because
It's in appropriations, and it will be available when these decisions are made after
Right.
union negotiations.
Thank you for helping us work that through.
You're welcome.
So 10% of the appropriations would be $348,400.
Spend it all, Cindy. Spend all.
Or what
the
number
appropriations.
are you proposing for salaries?
We're looking at $2,895,000.
That's Joe's budget number.
that's Joe's number.
Yep.
Which we feel is way too low.
I mean, I have to wonder what we're doing right now, because if you guys didn't even
Trying
agree
to
with the
approve
numbers,
this
let me
budget.
finish. The numbers that were in the minutes that you guys didn't accept, do we have to go through all of that as well? If you didn't accept those numbers, do we have to go through those tonight then to get a budget?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
The
I'm aware of
minutes
three
from July
of three
20th
areas.
that you did not approve because you didn't agree with the numbers that we did agree on during the meeting last time. And you say, the three of you say, no, those numbers are not what we agreed on. Are
If
we going to have to go
voted
through
on
them all
numbers,
over
they
tonight?
should be- They were approved.
I don't know what you're talking about.
my
You have to
God.
be more specific. Your
can't be any more
generalities.
specific than
Well,
that.
I'm sorry, I don't respond to generalities. Is there another question?
So 10% of the treasurer's budget for salaries is $289,500. So according to the president, the board can use 10% of the appropriations without having a public hearing or a two-thirds vote of the board. Is that what you said?
You have to have a 2/3 vote, I think, for anything you do, but
No,
you don't
said
have to
more
have.
than 10% would require a two-thirds vote.
Right, well, for
Can you
an
look at your notes?
amendment-
Because that's what you said.
I'm sorry?
More than 10%, you said.
Well, the fact of the matter is, if you need more than 10%,
You need a two-thirds vote. That's what you said. You need a public hearing and
well,
a
you're going to have
two-thirds
a
vote.
2/3 vote, you'll have a new board.
Two-thirds is 5.
Yeah, but
like-
you'll have a new board.
It's like changing the bylaws.
I can read it to you again.
Yeah.
Well,
That is
that's because it's an
ridiculous.
amendment to your, that's because it's an amendment, that's because it's an amendment to your budget. So it requires 2/3. It's in the statute, but I can certainly read that again.
That would be helpful.
And then you'll vote it no anyway, so what's
And
the
again,
point?
Cindy, are you concerned about the 2/3 vote or the hearing?
I just want to clarify what it is that you said were the options for the board.
Okay, one is, the law allows the transfer from one appropriation to another appropriation. So you would be pulling it out of one line item into another line item.
No, we're not.
So long as the amount transferred does not affect the total amount appropriated and does not exceed 10%. Now,
Well, you wouldn't have to move anything from salary appropriation to salary. There's no
so that's one.
there's
The
no
other thing
specific
is,
line item change.
the appropriations I've been talking about, initially, it's a 100% increase of your budget line item. So if budgets are $2,000,002, then your appropriation.
$895.
Okay, then your appropriations double that, like $4 or $5 million. That you can use. You don't need to move line by line, or you don't need to go higher in the amount you need and need to have a hearing.
But you have to vote, what you're saying is you have to have a two-thirds.
No, you only need two-thirds vote to go more than 10%, is what she said, if she's reading it correctly.
Yes, it can exceed it cannot exceed 10%. The
Which
transfer.
is not the 100% you're
This
saying.
is it. Okay. There's three things you can do. You can use your appropriations, which is double
wait,
your
there's
budget.
four
The
things you
second
can
thing you can do is move
cooperate.
10% from one line item to another, but it requires a 2/3 vote. Or if you need more than 10%
believe
moving it
that
around the
I'm even
budget,
listening to
then you need to have,
I can't believe that you are actually spurting
Cindy,
out
did you want
what
me to
you are
finish
saying.
or? are
Yeah,
you
I want it
fine?
on the record very clearly that
Let
you're
her finish. They're
authorizing
trying to put it on
the use of
record.
appropriations
Yes.
for staffing.
If
Okay.
no one would interrupt, we could hear what she said and have
Thank
to
you,
do it.
Joseph.
You're the ones interrupting there. Please
Thank
be
you,
quiet,
Joseph.
especially Miss Olson.
Thank you, Joseph.
I'm just in shock that.
Just
Cindy-
be quiet.
I'll read
You
this.
too, Joseph.
Let her
Okay.
talk.
First, it should be noted that the law allows the transfer from one appropriation to another appropriation so long as the amount transferred does not affect the total amount appropriated and does not exceed 10% of the total appropriation in the fund. The transfer may be made by adopting an ordinance with the approval of 2/3 of all the library trustees present and voting at any meeting of the library board. If a budget and appropriation ordinance must be amended, the procedure to adopt the original document must be followed. That's what we're doing, or what we will do once we approve the budget, which is you have to have a notice of a public hearing, it must be published, and a tentative amended ordinance must be posted, and a public hearing must be held before the adoption of the amendment.
Thank you.
But these are the two other options besides using already the appropriation that's there.
So why is it so important that your numbers come in close to Mr. Carabota's as opposed to what the library
Because he
needs?
votes
My
for them.
numbers are not coming in anywhere near Carabota. I've gone through this budget, and I don't need somebody to come here in public comments and tell me what I should do. For starters, I listened to Rich's explanations. I listened to the information that was passed along during our conversations at every single board meeting. That's how I determined what justification we have for what we need. What are some of the issues that came up when we talked about what our wants are? And that's where I came up with these figures. I totaled them.
We've heard this all before. We're tired of hearing this, Carol.
No, but you know what? She has a right to her opinion.
You know what? Is there anything else? I'm done speaking.
I am considering, you want us, it's what I'm understanding you, and I'm just asking for clarification here. You expect us now to just go right to whatever the treasurer's budget was for these last three sections. Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, I don't know that it's sections. I know salaries was an issue, and then there was an item called,
Then there was general administration, which we had three items that we were discussing. And you're saying, forget about those three items. And
No, I'm saying-
then we also had maintenance, where we had some questions. So I would like to know, what are the actual numbers that
Okay.
you're planning on us voting for?
here, in general and administration, the difference was consultants, 88.5 was without strategic planning. With strategic planning was 106,500. Trustee Makula suggested that we schedule the strategic planning for the 23-24. So it wouldn't be in this budget, and we would use this current fiscal year to determine the results of our last strategic plan.
We had two other sections in that, under there, that we had up for discussion.
You mean line items?
Yes, light items.
All right, the next thing,
One was professional development, and the other was subscriptions and dues.
Professional development.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, there's professional. I
Professional
said we agreed
development,
at 11,059.
Okay, that is what it's agreed on? Okay, fine.
Okay, what else do you? See?
And subscriptions, you had, it's at 5,000, that we negotiated to that. So the only thing here was professional development. What
No,
I
no,
was
no.
going to do.
No, the only discrepancy
Consultants.
is consultants.
The
which it would
strategic
be,
planning.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I said professional development.
No problem.
I meant strategic plan. So what I was going to suggest, since now I'm getting tongue-tied, the strategic plan comes out to like 18,000, doesn't it? Around there?
18,000 is what's in there. In that number, 106 includes 18,000 for strategic planning.
What I was going to say is, okay, if we give up strategic plans, but then can we have the night cleaning for 3 days a week, and it's at $14,336, which is still less than strategic plan, but we will still have cleaner bathrooms than we have at this moment, which concerns me because we're still partly under COVID.
Are you claiming the bathrooms in the library are dirty?
Yes. Have you been in them lately?
I have.
I come during the day at different times.
Well, we need to look into that. We need to understand why.
We have too few staff.
We have 4 employees cleaning bathrooms every 2 hours and they're dirty?
They're doing a lot of things. They're vacuuming.
They're cleaning the
doing
bathrooms, they're checking the
security, they're
bathrooms
doing a
every
lot of
2
stuff,
hours.
And they're part-timers.
Let's not go down the road.
And I don't want to go into this.
Well, I'm just responding because that's
And
concerning.
I understand that, Precious. But I am just looking to, can we please get 3 nights a week cleaning? $14,336.
For
If you're
3
willing to
nights.
give us that, I'm willing to accept your other baloney.
3 nights, 14,000. Eliminate strategic planning, which was
Eliminate
how much?
strategic plan, which is more than that.
18,000.
18,000. Well, that's tit for tat.
It's actually less than strategic plan.
So that's line 144, non-contractual maintenance.
It's 146, isn't it? Oh, on your paper? Sorry, I'm not looking on the paper.
144.
It would be under building and equipment.
144.
Yeah.
144.
Yeah, you're right.
non-contract.
So it would be, right now it's listed as 28,340.
And that does not include overnight cleaning. That
I
number.
thought that was.
No, that does not include overnight cleaning.
So overnight cleaning isn't in here at all?
Well, overnight cleaning is in your number of 68,540. But the discussion ended with 28,340 without any overnight cleaning.
Right.
Okay.
So you're proposing 3 nights at 14,000?
336
Added to the 20.
added to this. As far as any of the other stuff, fine, you want it, fine. But at least give us 3 days a week of nighttime cleaning.
I don't believe there are any other items that are in
Salaries.
disagreement.
Salaries.
Salaries.
Salaries was the first one.
Well, that's not settled,
Consultants was
is
the
it?
second one. Pardon me?
The salaries weren't settled, were they?
I talked about, you asked what items we disagreed. The first thing I said was salaries. The second one was consultants. And the last item is non-contractual maintenance. So
Which they said we
those are
agreed
the
to
3 I'm showing.
340.
Those are the 3 I show that we're in disagreement with. Is there anything more than
Furniture and
that?
fixtures wasn't exactly settled last time.
I'm sorry?
Furniture and fixtures.
I think we agreed on the 800.
Yeah, that I remember.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anything
that,
else, Cindy?
we did agree on the 800 on that.
No, that's it then.
Thank you.
Yeah, so it's consultants, line 75, and overnight cleaning in non-contractual maintenance.
And if I may state something, since nobody else is, the way I understood, the way it was left when I asked for any money to be added to the staff line, that they refuse because we have to have specifics. And there's more than enough money that they can use appropriations. I don't know how everybody feels about that. Like I've stated, to me, appropriations is money you don't plan on using. It's like emergency money. So to depend on having to use appropriations, even, I understand we're in union negotiations, but even so, to just say, oh, appropriations, it concerns me. And it concerns me for good reason, because when the public says, hey, why are you spending more than you budgeted? What are we supposed to say? Oh, it's appropriations, it's okay. I know if it was me and, I was filling out a thing and I'm spending twice as much as I should, I'd question.
Well, I think your answer is that was the plan.
Well, that's according to what I heard we were getting from the other side.
What was the plan? What does that mean? That was the plan? I'm missing your point.
That was the plan, is to allow for the spending of the appropriations.
Okay, thank you. That's true. That's the purpose of appropriations, is that it is spent by the governmental entity.
That's not the way you should budget, but that's...
Actually, it is. I don't know what, I can't explain it any more than I already have. I'm sorry.
Okay, we've heard you. And I would like to say, since I'm not hearing anybody willing to accept my idea about nighttime cleaning 3 days a week, I would like to hear some on that, because that's something that means a lot to me. And I'd like to know what other people feel about that. I've told you the price. It's $14,336. I don't think that's out of line.
It sounds like a compromise.
I think it sounds like a huge compromise.
Which is what we're supposed to be doing.
So would you like me to go down the line and get comments for you? Is that what you're asking?
I would like some
Trustee
further
McCullough,
discussion.
do you
I don't
have
want to
any
just sit here with my finger
Trustee
in my
Rosansky's
ears.
suggestions. Have you got a recommendation?
I'm not in favor of the overnight cleaning at all. And I'm not in favor of the consultant at this time. It's already 2 months into the year. I think we'll go into that with next year's budget.
Yeah, when hopefully you're not reelected.
I know. Isn't this amazing?
What are you willing to compromise on?
Yes, what are you willing
Yes,
to
because
compromise on?
we're sitting here
I'm
giving you
giving
this,
you
giving you that.
ideas. I've come down with lower figures.
All right, let's look at this last area here, the building and equipment maintenance. We're in agreement on the $800 on the furniture.
Okay.
All right. And I have in 28,340. I came up on the non-contractual maintenance from 22,000.
I need to.
And I was trying to look up what the difference was that you people
Okay.
had. 68.
What I see here in the way I'm reading this, Joe, in this column or in this section, is we have under professional development, we agreed on $11,059.
Right.
And on professional, what is this one? Consultant, is this?
Oh, here it is.
The second one is consultants.
Yeah, 106,500.
We're at 88,500.
No.
That's without
We have
the-
it in highlighted. Isn't that what we agreed on at the last meeting?
No.
That was the discussion, but that included strategic planning.
Okay, okay.
Can you tell
me what line you're on?
Clarified.
It's
And
88.
excuse me, Joe.
Yeah.
75 consultants.
Accept the clarification from the director because she was the one taking notes. Thank you. So then the other one is 5,000 for subscriptions and dues. We
So
agreed to that?
just 1 minute, 106 is the compromise because the treasurer wanted 88.5 and KRO wanted 116.5.
No, that
So the
116
compromise was 106.
No, it
So we
Still
did a
including-
compromise, I thought.
We didn't
Wasn't a
compromise on that.
compromise.
There's no way.
She's making it
It
up.
was a
Absolutely not.
discussion about adding strategic planning or removing strategic planning.
Well, then it should be higher than 106.
Well, without strategic plan,
With
was
strategic plan,
88.
it's 116.
This is without.
At 106, you're not
No,
going to do your
106 is not without
strategic plan.
strategic planning. It's something
Find the
else
two numbers
was
she's talking about?
taken out. I don't know.
She's claiming that the number started off higher, so you should write that
I
down.
don't know. I thought it was 18,000. 18,000 for strategic plan.
She's claiming it wasn't 106,500,
It
it was
was-
something else.
It might have been a typo that they had 116 up there.
So originally on the staff
Okay.
budget that Cindy presented us, the original number for consultants was 88,500. She then added 18,000 for the strategic plan, which came to 106,500, which is the
Okey-doke.
same number on the KRO budget.
All right, thank you. Cindy, does that help?
So
Oh,
basically,
so yeah.
Thank you.
basically on that, even if we say we'll give up the strategic plan, you're not willing to budget anyplace else.
In that category, I think we're in
And I'm
agreement.
not talking categories, I'm talking let's pass the
Joe,
stupid
just yes
budget,
or no,
period.
please.
Yes or no?
Conversation. Just tell her
Are
yes
you
or
willing
no.
to take
Good
that
night.
money, not even that whole amount, and put it elsewhere?
Exactly what did you say?
Which,
What money are you talking?
which one?
The amount of money for the strategic plan is just over 18,000.
I'm not willing to put it somewhere else because we don't need it this year.
827,805.
It shouldn't exist. It's not a bargaining chip.
Okay, so we're going to take it out and put
So he wants us,
14,000
he wants us,
into the
no, he wants,
contractual.
he doesn't want.
40,000.
He doesn't, but what
He
about
doesn't.
the
He
president and the
refuses.
secretary?
I'm not
He's only one
interested in
person.
strategic
They're not
planning
wi-
until
They're
23,
not
24.
interested in.
I'm waiting for, excuse me, I think she asked me a question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm waiting for the report from the previous strategic plan so that we can move forward with a new one.
So
I
are
don't
you
even know the
willing
results.
To put that money for overnight cleaning then?
No, see, here's the thing. We're not, this isn't,
there is
you know,
no
a
thing. Your
garage
answer is
sale
no.
or some kind of auction. All right? I didn't vote for overnight cleaning because we have staff. Now that Patty tells me the bathrooms are dirty, Rich has told us our staff check those bathrooms every 2 hours. I am concerned there's a problem. So we need to look into that. Again, this is another staffing issue.
Yes, everything to you is staffing issue. Yes.
It's definitely her job, but it's something that's been brought to my attention, and I'm questioning it.
Yeah,
So can't we put the 18,000
no, she won't.
on
I made a mistake.
non-contractual? Just put it there. And
So, no, we're going to go according to the newspaper where Joe was quoted saying, "I will not negotiate any longer." So basically, we're being bullied into accepting what Joe says.
Well, actually, we've already covered these same items for
And we
numerous
didn't agree
months.
on
I know,
all of
but
Let's
apparently our comments don't mean anything to you.
Apparently, ours don't
And
mean anything to
I'm
you
not,
because we
I
went down
really
quite a
don't
bit on the
value a
numbers.
budget process when we treat it like a garage sale. No, I want $3. No, I want $4. That's not what we're doing here.
Well, that's the only way to do it.
Well, you know what?
Well, it's called
tried everything
justification.
else.
Well, usually justification helps. If there's
Okay,
an
fine,
issue, let's look
fine.
into it.
Let's just,
Well, we feel that it is
justification
all justified. Just because we don't agree doesn't mean that we don't think that.
and
We feel
think
it is
that-
justified.
Seriously,
Talked about this a
my
million
feeling here
times.
is if you, any of the three of you who have the ability to sign checks, agree to sign the checks tonight before you leave, I'm willing to agree on the budget. But not until you sign every single blessed check
After we approve the budget,
tonight.
Then we approve the budget tonight then.
Oh, talk about
oh, darn it, why is this not working?
They're bullying us.
Wait a minute, wait.
We are being bullied. I hope you see this. Okay.
I'm so lost.
It's the truth. You're holding us hostage because you're not paying the bills.
No, the bills are automatically going to be paid once you pass
They're
the
not
budget.
signed. The God blessed checks,
They
70-some
can be
checks are not
signed. They can
signed.
be signed.
In general, let's go back to this general and administrative. Are we in agreement except for the consultant fee of $18,000?
Yes, don't you dare. Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not ready.
Okay, and that's one.
So how much
And
is
then
that?
we're
So are you
also,
willing to go back to the 106.5?
no, we're not going back there.
Okay, fine.
Okay, and then,
What is it?
and then in
I don't know
building
what
and
we're
equipment
having.
What is that
maintenance,
line?
Oh, that's my.
the only
total.
item we're off is on the non-contractual maintenance.
Wait a minute. What are
Which
you
is-
doing about consultants? You didn't,
Joe, the items we are off are salary, a difference of
everybody's going all
$827,805.
Right.
over the
Consultants, $18,000. Non-contractual, $40,200.
Right, that's our
And that,
difference.
and for a total of $886,005.
Right.
That's the difference.
That's the
It's in the appropriations.
Right.
And the new board can do all this that you want them to do.
The new board is not going to go planning on spending appropriations, just willy-nilly.
It's not willy-nilly, it's
Yes.
part of the statute.
So I just need to say that the motion for payment of the bills did not pass.
I know.
So it is no automatic payment of the bills
Well, then I
after you
guess we'll
pass
have
the
to go back to
budget.
We'll
that
have
agenda
to
item.
vote
I guess
after-
we'll have to go back because we like to play these games. So we'll just go back.
Excuse me, the first game was played because people didn't sign checks, and they want the payment of bills written out or spoken out in some convoluted way that doesn't cover all the bills. That is the games that are being played. I'm asking for all of the bills to be paid and just voted on. We were not allowed to do that.
Transfer exceeding 10% of the total appropriation
So is there agreement on general and administrative?
to B&A.
I don't know. What are
Was
the-
there
what
not
are
an
the
agreement? And
figures
if
on
so, what are you
general
asking?
administration?
No, there is
Basically,
not.
the main thing there is strategic plan, that they won't
What is the
agree on.
figure for line 71? Final figure. Anybody know?
11,059.
That's final, thank you. What is the final figure for 75?
Wasn't that 75?
They want us to have 88.
No, I just want a final figure. I don't want to know
Okay.
who, what, where, or when. Just give me a final figure, because we've talked about it. Somebody's
75
gotta
being
know.
consultant?
88.5.
That's what Joe wants.
That's Joe's
88.5.
number.
Is it 80?
Is that
Oh, it's
with or
88.5.
without strategic plan?
That's without strategic plan.
Well, then we get $18,000 more.
They refuse. They refuse.
So no, we are not in agreement on that line,
Well, we're not in agreement.
or that
That's
category
not
of general and administration.
Okay, not in agreement.
Okay.
What is the final figure for subscriptions and dues? 82.
5,000.
5,000. We
That
had
is
agreed
done,
on
yay.
that.
So now we only have one thing.
This.
Okay, next page.
It's fine.
Nothing.
It's the page after that Joe was trying to explain to us.
Oh, yeah. Okay, and what is this line? 144. What are we agreeing on?
We're not, because that's the overnight cleaning.
That's the
We
overnight
can't
cleaning.
add our 18,000 to that?
It's not 18, it's 14. And take that from 28,304 and put it at 14,336.
You got to add it together.
Huh?
Adding it together.
Adding it together? Okay.
336.
They said no.
Well, maybe they'll change their mind because it's $14,000. Please. $14,000 plus we've already gone down to 28. We've already gone way down. Our proposed budget was 68,000. We've gone down to 28, and you're not going to give us 14,000?
Are you asking?
What is the situation with line 144?
I don't.
Line, what, 144?
144.
What's the situation?
Well, did we agree on the 28,340?
No.
No, because they want the cleaning added.
That's the cleaning, the difference?
The difference is the 14,000 cleaning.
Oh.
$14,336 added to it.
Did we agree on, we agreed on 28,000, right?
No.
No.
That was the number it was left at during, and we didn't agree because we wanted the overnight cleaning. And so,
Well, if we add the overnight, then do we agree?
well,
No, they
that's
won't.
why I tried to go down with the number of days of overnight cleaning.
So the total for the 28,340 plus the overnight cleaning of 14,336 is $42,676. That's what we're asking for.
Okay. It's only $14,000 more. Please, can we have that settled, get one thing done?
Okay, well, I'd like to talk about all the items at once, okay? Because again, like I said, I'm not in the mood for a garage sale, all right?
Simple
We've already
yes and no
talked
then
about
would be
this.
much
Yes,
more
That's the one
expeditious.
item
about
in
you?
this
We've already
column.
talked about this. We already gave you our position.
We have given you ours.
Okay, great. So now.
All right, then, if
On
we're
the
done, we're
table-
done. Goodbye. You know?
If that's the game you want to play, go right ahead. We should just close the
It's
doors.
not a game.
Okay, let's get serious, okay? The items that we
You're
are.
not going to give us 14,000 to
items-
finish this item.
You know what? I'm not playing finish this little line, that little line. We've done this 100
All right,
times.
you want a total for all three items?
The
How about
items-
$100,000. Give
the
us
items-
$100,000. You know?
Okay, well, we have
so
a
stupid.
difference of 827,805 in salaries. You want 100,000 for that?
No, I want 100,000.
Okay,
for
we're talking
everything.
about all the items we disagree on, so we can come to a closure. First item is salaries. There's a difference
What? Don't break it down.
of $827,805. The second item, consultants, a difference of 18 grand. The third item is non-contractual for overnight cleaning. I have 40,200. The total difference is $886,005. That's the difference between passing this budget or not.
So which two numbers are you using to get to your payroll number?
3722805?
What number is this? What number?
Is that not correct?
3484, the number under the
I thought I
highlighted
picked the
number?
highest
What line
number.
item is this? 36.
36.
I took KROs. It was the highest.
Okay.
3722805 minus 2895.
And you propose what?
I'm saying $886,005 is easily covered in appropriations because our
I
total
don't wanna
budget is
hear about
$13,289,578. If you don't want to hear about it, that's where the money is. It's available to the library for their funds to run the library.
You are authorizing
The spending of appropriations.
personnel, your staff, to do such a thing. can't believe it.
I am reading the statutes.
It's like
that
giving a
list this.
14-year-old a credit card with no limit.
I'm reading the statutes, and remember, when the board changes, you can do an amendment and take your vote, and it's all you have to do.
How about
You
the
can change
statute
all
that
it.
says we can pay the bills? How about we listen to that one?
Yeah, we haven't listened to that one. Approve the budget. We don't, that isn't a,
All right, are we going to get somewhere today? We're
Bully
going to just keep
Schoenfeld.
fighting
Going
like children.
round and round in circles.
Yes, let's be serious here.
I want the payment of bills.
Well, we're
You
talking
want
about the
us to
budget.
agree
We're
on the
talking
budget?
about the budget.
want
I
to
actually really resent the fact that you keep telling us we're not serious. We are very serious.
Well, I don't know, if you look at the
You may
videos
not-
from these
you know-
movies, it doesn't look like that. From
Well,
these meetings, it
look at
doesn't
yourself
like
as
that.
well then, because, none of us looks
Seriously,
good up
no,
here.
What have you compromised on tonight? Nothing.
Okay, you know what, we're talking about the same 3 items we talked about for the 7 meetings we've had. Okay, so now it's time to get serious. I looked into appropriations, I explained what the purpose of the appropriation is and how it could get us to approve this budget.
No matter how many hours you spend talking about appropriations, you are not going to convince us that that is a proper way to do
We
things. So,
think it's morally
Well,
wrong. Okay,
then
thank
you know what, that's your call.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. I've used the statutes and I've contacted the
I have
library
also
lawyer.
used the
don't make
statute
a
tonight.
budget.
That's not helping us
You
either.
also talked to the
Knowing I'm
lawyer
gonna
about the
spend
fact that
more.
we should have paid today's bills? And the checks weren't even signed?
They're still sitting on the desk for everyone to
Still
see.
sitting there.
Well, we're talking about the budget, so is this meeting over? Are we
You're
going to
talking
adjourn?
about
I didn't say the meeting was over.
appropriations, and you're
Okay, well,
Don't
then,
put words
then
in my
How
mouth.
about all this useless chatter stops and let's get serious?
We have been serious all night, and if you keep saying that, we're going to have another problem.
No,
And
I'm
you
very
keep shooting
serious.
us down, telling us we have to vote for what you want. You're not coming to this meeting in good faith and willing to negotiate for anything. So as far as I'm concerned,
We have given multiple options of different
I'm
ways to
really
meet you in the
frustrated.
middle tonight, and all you do is keep talking about the appropriation. You are not moving in any
Right.
other way. So
Right.
I don't know what you think is going to happen next.
I don't know, but if I had $13 million in my
well, we
appropriations,
can take a vote now because
I
Joe
wouldn't
isn't
be
here.
concerned about $886,005 because I know I could cover it. And after union negotiations, whatever the raises are, which I'm sure they won't be $6 million, you can cover that too.
So what we're asking for is for some money for staffing and for the overnight cleaning. Those are the things that we're asking for.
And we're not getting it. So I don't know how you 3 feel about this.
You realize you don't know how union negotiations are going to go, correct? And
neither
that's
do you.
money that you will need to have available. So where do you think that's going to come from?
Appropriations, like everything else.
It's not funny.
It isn't funny that
No.
you're
And it's
expecting
funny.
everything to come out of appropriations.
You know what, Patty? You misquote and misstate so
Okay,
much.
enough.
For crying out
Enough.
loud, you've been saying that all night.
I know, 'cause it keeps
Appropriations.
happening.
If you want to
Appropriations.
see some misquotes, just look in the journal today.
Yeah.
So are you guys going to meet us in the middle, or are you going to not?
I mean, the easiest way to do this was just go to each
Even
line.
just
and
go up-
Excuse me,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
go to each line and just divide it.
What? How logical is that?
And
That
you
might
give
not be
up
enough,
so much.
Diane.
We give up so much and you give up so much for each.
Again, is this a
line.
garage sale or a budget?
Yes,
Oh,
it is.
Jesus
It
Christ.
looks like a
It's a
garage
circus
sale.
of your making is what it is.
Call it what you want, Carolyn.
Diane, that might not be enough to
to
split
call
half
it
of it in
over.
some circumstances.
It not be enough for us.
It might not be enough to cover what we're asking for in some cases. We'd have to look carefully
Well,
at that
you know
before.
what?
Well,
I'm willing to just go, if
they don't get it.
what is your bottom that you're willing to accept, that you're asking them for?
The things that we discussed, we want the 3 nights of overnight cleaning, and we want the $225,000 for the 15 part-time employees.
Which I don't think is out of line. But apparently they do.
I mean, how much would that make the total? The total budget?
I can give you that in a second. Well, that I
Did we?
don't know, but
Did we ever do that?
Carolyn, do you have a total budget number?
Yeah, I have a number that I have.
I do.
And Carol may have a number too.
$644,789.
6 million, not 600.
$6,644,789.
Right.
That's not what's on our sheets.
Well, that was the total of everything that's on this, that we discussed on July 20th. Is that different than what you show?
That's
Yeah.
different than, that's on the sheet.
What are
yes.
you showing?
Which sheet
Joe,
are you
is your
looking
number
at, Patty?
My number's the same as yours.
Okay, what number is different?
No, there's no total on that.
There is no total, exactly.
No.
So.
That's a
could-
worksheet. There's no total. That's why I was
So-
asking her where her number was coming
That's
from.
what I'm saying. I see no total.
Well, yeah, but they've got their own sheets.
Oh, well, that's why.
Well,
there's
that's
different
another
numbers.
issue right there. We should
No,
all-
it's not another issue
It
right
is. We should
there.
all be
It's
using the same
categories.
documents. If we were all using the same documents, there wouldn't be any confusion.
All right. Cindy gave
I'm
us
sure
all that.
Cindy will confirm all the numbers whenever we decide
Not the
we've
point.
agreed on something.
Oh, we don't
Okay.
even have the same total.
So what total do you have that's different from mine? Let's go that route.
We don't have a total, but we
Oh, I
show-
took the time and totaled
Yes,
everyone.
the total is 6 million, this is for Joe's budget, $6,514,256.
Okay, well, it went up because we made changes.
We made compromises and it went up.
So that's
Yes,
why it went
did
up
we?
to 6,644,789.
Would you be willing to come up $225,000?
You know what? Our last budget was 6.293, 6,293,000. This one here is 360,000 more than last year's budget. And we're actually
Which would,
using only 5.6 million this year. That's what we spent, 5.6 million. You're going to, your budget is 7.7 million. It's
I'm
way,
not saying to go up to 7 point whatever million. I'm asking you to go up 200,000.
So the
And I'm
difference-
asking you to use appropriations, and let's approve this and get on with the
We're
public
not going to do
hearing.
the appropriations.
Why?
I'm tired of talking about it.
You would prevent the library from going forward?
No, you are
we
preventing the
prevent you
library.
from-
The difference,
You're bullying us into accepting that we're going to pay our
The
library
difference-
expenses with appropriations.
When I set a budget at home, I don't say, oh, but I'm not going to follow it. You know?
You don't, your budget at home is,
Fixed incomes today, and you have to realize you have to stay within the budget.
exactly,
Excuse me,
not
I
the
am
appropriations. You stay
retired.
within the
I
budget. You just
understand that.
said it yourself.
That's why I'm saying
that's
we
why
shouldn't
our
plan
taxes
on
keep going up.
appropriation.
You just said it yourself.
You just said it yourself.
okay, let me help explain that comment.
Don't.
The budget amount,
Listen to you say
the
the
budget
same crap
amount,
all over.
Let me explain. We're done talking about appropriations. The difference that we're asking for the $225,000 for staff and the 14,336 adds up to $239,336. That's what you're holding the budget for.
no, I'm not holding the budget, I'm saying,
you are.
I'm saying staffing issues will be discussed in the union negotiations, and that's where some of this belongs. So that's why we're not changing our minds.
Well, neither are we.
It's not our
Creating
decision.
a myth.
we're not holding the budget, you guys are.
Go ahead and blame.
Look on your table, Joe. Who's holding what?
And who's holding signing the checks, Joe? That the lawyer and accountant both said should have been signed, Joe.
You're holding up the budget. We're not talking about the checks, we're talking about the budget.
I'm asking
Listen,
for you
we're
to
spending
come with good
we're spending
faith.
5.6 million.
They don't care.
Our
I do
budget
care.
at this
I
point
care
is
that you guys-
6.6
We have come
million.
down so much from what we originally wanted. We're asking for
Your numbers were ridiculous to begin with.
233 And
You
so
can come
we're
up
here,
with any
Joe.
crazy numbers and then
So
negotiate
were
'em.
yours. And to begin with, a lot of them were incorrect, Joe. You had to be corrected on a lot of your numbers. So go ahead, Joe, tell us about numbers.
I was surprised to hear about. That's not what I want to read. From the Illinois Public Library Trustee Manual, the legal responsibility for overall budget rests on the library board, not individual trustees. Therefore, it is important for the board president to use leadership techniques that promote effective group decision-making.
Thank you. I agree.
Not
She's not done.
decision-making by a few board members.
No, this is, as president, I think it's important.
Right out of the book.
As president, I think it's important that we understand the budget just for what it is. There's a budget and there's appropriations.
And we don't
That's
want to
one.
go over it.
Secondly, staffing matters are going to be part of union negotiations,
here,
the
Mom.
economic package. That is something that will be decided during our negotiations, not for us to hold the budget.
What's the next step?
To
for
hold the budget.
negotiation? What's the next step for compromise? Because so far, you haven't compromised anything.
I brought the appropriations explanation
That's not a
tonight.
compromise.
That's
That's
not
a,
It absolutely is.
no, it's not.
The budget to the taxpayers will be held at a certain amount, and you can still have everything else you want when the board changes by
You know how
using
many times you
appropriations.
said that tonight?
Well, I'm trying
really
to-
sick of it.
I'm so sorry you are, but you're still going to get what you want.
No, we're not.
It's not the way.
How
I
do you
think.
figure? You're not going to be,
We're asking you for
never mind. Don't even bother.
233,000.
for
We're
what?
talking millions.
230,000 for what?
233,000
For?
is nothing.
For what?
For what we
For the
said
total
for staff,
budget.
and as far as the other thing with the cleaning. That's
Total
our
staff-
the overall amount, we are willing to accept that we will go down everything
Mm-hmm.
else if you add 233,000 to the budget.
239,
Okay,
336.
the total
239,
staff,
excuse me,
your total
33.
staff and your request for outside cleaning, which is apparently due to an issue with our current staff, is again, a staff issue, not for the budget. Something that needs to be reevaluated and discussed in
all the
union
salaries out of the
negotiations.
budget then, because we're going to have to wait for the union.
Pardon me?
We can just take out all the salaries then.
Well, actually, Cindy put in a 1.4% just to move over last year's figures until negotiations, and
That's
that
not even
became,
what I'm addressing.
and that became a
You're talking about
nightmare.
something completely different.
Well, I'm not sure what else you mean, but, explain away. I'm more than willing to listen.
I mean, even if you would budget for subs, because at this
No,
time.
Patty, forget it.
Yeah, I understand. They're not willing to listen. Because, at this time, if we have someone who's ill or has family emergency, we cannot even get subs. And, I mean, even if we are allowed subs, but no. Since it looks like we're not going to negotiate or compromise any further, I ask that we vote to pay the bills because the bills need to be paid. The lawyer and accountant both told us the bills should be paid. I would like to have the check signed and the bills paid.
Make a motion.
I'm making the motion.
Second.
I don't think you can make a motion to pay bills during an agenda item that's to approve the proposed
Okay.
tentative budget.
I said, since we aren't budging, there is no compromise.
Well, you know what? I don't know about compromise, but we need to pass this budget. It is now 9:15.
Yeah.
And if we don't pass this budget, we will not make the statutory
Well,
deadline.
then do you want to do something about it?
I
you
do.
wanna
I would like you-
share And stop telling us about what we could do in the spring.
Pardon me? What's going on in the spring?
Well, you're saying when the new board comes, when the
Well,
new board
the
comes,
concern
when the
was
new
that there
board
needed to be
comes.
money in the budget for when the board changes. And when it changes, the money is there.
We
I'm
are
asking you to approve
voting
this.
for a budget tonight. And
Yes, we are.
We're not voting for
Yes, we are.
appropriations.
Well,
We're
you
not
don't have to vote for
basing
appropriations,
what
it's
our
automatic.
budget- That is just, it's ethically wrong.
No, it's not. Would you please read the statute? Call the library attorney.
You read it to us.
And you just disregard it?
I've been on the board, like I said before, 8 years. Normally, we plan the budget knowing that the appropriations is there, but not intentionally planning on spending it. The way I am understanding what is being suggested to us is that we plan on spending the appropriations. That is why we are having concerns.
Would you like to call the attorney? I don't know
No.
if he's available now,
God
but he
only
can help you
knows.
understand.
Thank you. I've heard you.
We understand, it's not what is.
It doesn't matter because she.
You understand we're in union negotiations. You understand salaries are part of the economic package. So what's the question? Why can't we understand when this determination comes about, it will have to come out of appropriations. We certainly don't know what's going to be the end result of all of that.
I'd like to know why substitutes and part-time people cannot be included here.
Because
Some
those
of
aren't the
them.
items that are in
Cindy
disagreement.
has
We're
told
done.
us the importance of the need here for part-timers as well as subs. So I mean, even if you give her one, subs we don't pay for days off, vacation time, or
We
any
don't pay
benefits.
subs?
We pay them to work. We don't pay them if they have a day off. We don't pay them if they want a vacation because they're not hired as staff. Subs is even paying less than we pay part-timers. Would you be willing to budget for subs?
Patty, the budget that we're looking at for approval has three discrepancies: salaries, consultants, and non-contractual. Those are the three items we need to approve so this budget can move forward.
And we're not approving.
Not any
because
other
I'm
conversations.
asking you to
I'm not
add
interested in any other conversations. I'm interested in
asking
these three
to
line items.
Add to salaries, and you're refusing because you say, no need, we've got appropriation.
Salaries will be determined during our negotiations process.
Salaries will not be, will they?
But in the meantime, we need subs here.
Yes, we do.
We need some.
The conversation is not about subs. It's about salary increases, consultants, and non-contractual maintenance.
Salaries, expenditures, salaries, yes, it is about.
Salaries pertaining to raises and for vacancies. That's where the difference is.
Did you have something you wanted to say, Cindy?
No,
see
I
you
don't.
adjust your microphone.
I don't know. I don't know what is going to be included in the union negotiations.
Okay. It doesn't matter because they won't lower the hiring freeze anyway.
They need subs now. They don't need it.
Yes, they do need subs now. They do need
No,
subs
why
now.
can't we?
Because they'll say that isn't a budget issue.
Had to cancel a children's program last night because there wasn't enough staff.
So now back to the budget. You seriously will not consider appropriations to pass this?
No. I'm asking for $239,033. Is that so earth-shattering?
You know what, Patty? I can't sit here and just throw money here and throw money there. It took us 7 board meetings or 7 meetings
Yes.
to get
of us listening to
justification.
Joe go line by
To get
line.
justif-
Listen to you go line by line. Now you won't even negotiate at all.
Negotiations are not, let's just throw a number and see if it
Okay,
sticks to the wall.
Compromise.
We've compromised enough. We're done. It's time to approve this budget.
But yet you're going back to
The
Joe's
difference will
numbers.
not
It's
change.
time for you to cooperate.
We all have, let's face it, it's the 11th hour. We
Yeah.
have $886,005 difference between us.
Then what number would make you happy besides?
I'm telling you what's between us. It's $239.33.
No, it's not. Did you agree? Have
We
you
just
have
said
you
it.
accepted our number for staffing for salaries?
No, we're asking for $225,000 more.
Yes,
For what?
for
For
staffing.
15 part-time employees.
Oh, so you want to increase your salary number, so I have the wrong number, so the difference is more than $827,805? What is your current salary number? It was $3,722,805.
You're spinning your head out of control.
You're basing us off of Joe's salary.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you.
What line are you basing it off?
I'm asking you, what is your new salary number? Because I used $3,722,805. That was the highest number between the three trustees and the library.
I'm not asking for,
So how much are you raising that number to now?
hang on, I didn't raise anything. We were asking for $225,000 to be put back in for the 15 part-time
Because you were
employees.
saying it was at 2,895.
Okay.
And that's the number I was assuming you were telling us we had
That's-
to use.
That's where we're at salaries.
That's where Joe is, so
Okay,
I'm
the
assuming
difference
that's where
between
you're
the
at.
two numbers before tonight's numerous comments, the difference in salaries is $827,805. If you went with a $2,895,000 budget, your appropriations would be almost $6 million,
No, we're
and you
not
only want
interested in
$827,000. You know what? All I can ask is the three of you educate yourself on how.
That's enough. You need to
how
knock it
stocks
off.
work.
That is
No,
enough.
I'm very serious.
No, I'm serious.
I
You need to
didn't
stop
realize
it.
that you would
need to
dispute-
stop.
I didn't realize
Stop.
that you would
Stop it.
dispute
Stop.
you would
Stop.
dispute
Stop.
a statute.
Stop.
I'm
Stop.
stunned.
Stop.
No.
Stop. It's I can't.
I'm stunned that you would dispute
I'm
a
stunned at you.
statute.
So we're both stunned.
What is the total salaries?
So taking the treasurer's,
$3,722,805. Is that correct?
that is your proposed budget
That
for
was our
salaries.
proposed.
Yes.
That's
I'm
what
not-
So-
you just said. Just a minute.
Yeah, that's what she's using to calculate her
we
difference. She's
have-
not accepting that number.
Okay, but then we have one over here that was 3,484, and she's not accepting that either, I guess.
I went with the highest one because I have no idea
So
where the library and the
taking-
trustees are.
Taking the treasurer's salary, $2,895,000, and adding $225,000.
Would get us
Just
at
had
what?
it here. What is it? $3,120,000.
Yeah,
So that would be the treasurer's proposed salary budget plus $225,000.
yeah.
So that is the
That's
number.
lower than
That's their
any
new
of the
salary
other
number.
numbers.
So what's the new
Except for
salary
Joe.
number that you want?
$3,120,000.
What is that, the number? With
Their
the-
number is.
It's your number plus
Oh,
$225,000.
no, we don't need a new number. We're at
We don't need the new number.
2,895,000. What's
Your
your number?
They're not willing
Yeah,
to
that's their number.
compromise.
That's the new number.
Their new number?
Yeah,
Your-
$3,120,000.
Your
Plus what
number
we're
is
asking.
$2,895.
Mm-hmm. And your number is?
We're adding our 225.
What is your
to it.
total number for salaries?
$3,120,000.
I have a question, Cindy.
Yeah.
On the papers, it's yellow here. What are those?
So again,
I'm
we
sorry,
went
I'm asking a
from.
question.
Sorry, were you asking a question? I didn't
Yeah, she
hear.
was asking something. I'm sorry, Becky, because we couldn't hear you.
Okay,
on
yeah,
the
the question
table,
I'm
I don't
asking
know.
Cindy about these, on the papers that we have tonight, there's a column that is highlighted in yellow for the salaries, and I'm wondering where those came from, because they're,
So the difference with yours was the 5.9.
right?
So I think that that does not include the 5.9. But you see, it does include, because the treasurer took out the second assistant director, and it does include the second assistant director, but it doesn't, I think it's still at the 1.4 and not at the 5.9.
It is at the 1.4.
Yeah, so,
And if
In
getting
this one?
this agreed
oh,
upon,
part-time vacancies only.
So this 314,
1.4 for part-time vacancies only? Is that
No,
what I'm hearing?
that's what the number in yellow,
Okay.
so just pretty
I'm
much
just-
forget it.
I'm
Yeah.
hearing part of your conversation, that's why I question that. Okay.
Right, so, yeah.
because if we just take Joe's number for the salaries and add that number to it, that's not really,
We're not increasing
That's not
percentage
what
or
we were
anything.
talking about, I don't
We're
think.
keeping you at the 1.4%.
What was in your original number? Was there any increase in your original number? Was the 1.4 COLA in there?
Yes.
Okay, so his number
But-
includes the
but
1.4
Actually,
COLA.
my original number amounts to about 73 employees that we had in March, and right now we're at 67.
66.
Dying because of it.
So the 2,895 includes the
Right,
1.4
that was our-
COLA?
but it doesn't include 73 employees.
That was our numbers in March, so there's about 6 people that are not, that we're funding for that are not here, 6 vacancies.
And I wonder what
It
those
is the March
salaries
number.
are. Are those supervisors? Who knows?
No, the supervisors.
Since
have been-
March, I have no idea.
Supervisors.
Well,
have
we're
been-
not
That's an
asking
interesting
to-
number.
One
we're
is an
not
assistant
asking to increase
supervisor.
those.
An assistant?
We're asking.
Yeah, you took out one of the assistant supervisors. I mean, no, you took out the assistant director.
No, but
Assistant
when we have somebody move from children's to digital service and we lost Susie Wolf, we lost that one
Yeah, it might have been
assistant
vacant at
position,
that
and-
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, in March, it might have been vacant.
So the 2,895,000 number is actually includes about 6 vacancies that we're funding for, and they're mostly full-time.
Wow.
Well, we're still missing substitutes and part-time.
So in effect, my number, when you add those, if you take those vacancies off, it probably is like another 200,000 less than that number, what we actually have now.
And if you take the
So if we came up to my
vacancies off,
number,
don't forget it.
we would be adding 200,000 with filling those vacancies.
Well, it's not that we didn't want to fill the vacancies. We had a hiring freeze.
Well, you know what? Even filling 6 positions, when we're down as many positions as we are, isn't sufficient.
No, I know.
And I still feel, I'm asking, as far as I'm concerned, I would be willing to say, if you're willing to negotiate with us and compromise and go to 3,120,000, okay, we're pretty close, and as far as I'm concerned, close, that I will say 5. I know that's me, but you're not willing to do that, then so be it.
Actually, I'm coming up to 225,000 from what we actually have on staff right now.
And I'm still saying, I'm not planning on going down from your numbers, Joe. I'm planning on going up to 3,120,000.
The number for salaries was for current staff at a 1.4% COLA until union negotiations. That's what it's supposed to represent.
Does that?
From what he's saying now, it looks like the number is higher than it should be.
Well, if you try
And
wrap
I'm
that
hoping that at some point, we'll understand what this number actually represents. Again, we need to understand what numbers we're putting in the budget and what they represent.
Is there something in particular you're looking for?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to gather the facts here. So,
I'm
excuse
just
me.
watching you, figuring you're trying to get figures. And
Oh,
I'm not
my
saying
gosh.
anything.
So the current, well, this is as of June 30th, so it doesn't go up, it doesn't go back to March, but as of June 30th, total 2022-23, current staff plus the 1.4 COLA is 2,818,000. But that, yeah,
See,
that's.
I think it's ridiculous.
that
because
doesn't
the more
include-
staff we are losing, then the lower that's going to go. 2,881,000. And that apparently is wonderful.
Well, but
But
that
not for
doesn't,
me.
yeah, that doesn't, I mean, current staff, that doesn't include any
Yes.
assistant director.
The amount of staff we've lost, I think. And the straits right now, I know her department is in, as well as children's department, and as well as digital service, is ridiculous. And the thing is, I'm not asking for the hiring freeze, because this is the budget. And if I talked about the hiring freeze, you might as well just kiss the whole thing goodbye. I'm just asking to have money added in case, God forbid, some miracle happens and we decide to actually lower the hiring freeze.
The purpose of appropriations is for any unexpected or any issues that occur. That's the purpose of appropriations. You know what? You could la all you want until you understand the law. We're getting nowhere.
All you want.
Well, you know what? I don't know what else
You're
to
not
say.
asking
I
for
give you the
much,
facts
Carolyn.
and you ignore them.
You're not
should be
asking for
president
much,
if you don't know
Carolyn.
what else to say.
If you're willing to go up, ladies, would you be willing, if they go up to this amount, to say, okay with the budget? Or would you still
Up
want
to
to
what
negotiate
amount?
on anything? The 3,120,000.
Yes.
3,120,000 for what?
Salaries.
Dollars
Salaries for what?
the-
I don't know what that number represents.
Jesus Christ. This is part of the problem. We're talking, we're telling you the numbers, we're telling you where we want them, and you're not listening.
I'm
We
listening
are
to a lot of
talking
chatter.
to-
And if somebody
Please
could tell,
listen, I'm trying to explain it.
please
to
do
you.
so.
150.
The expenditure salaries, the salary column, we want it brought up so that it's 3,120,000 $120,000.
Because,
Oh, for
what does that include?
15 part-time people.
I don't think that's where that was.
15 part-time people, that's what adds up to
Is that 15
220.
part-time people at what salary?
15 part at the grade 5
Okay.
salary
That's the
base.
lowest salary. We're not asking for the high ones.
Once again, this money can be acquired through appropriations.
And once again, she says she wants to pass the budget.
I do, but I don't like
But
this
she
game we're
doesn't
playing.
want to
All
give.
right, well,
I've already given. I've given for 7 meetings.
So have we.
So just use the appropriations and move
with the
forward.
rest of the budget if you can just agree
Yeah,
to
we'll
the
give up
salaries.
everything.
All right, I call that a compromise. We're giving up all the rest of the
You
monies.
can forget about nighttime cleaners or anything else.
yes.
Just give us this.
Just
So
give us
salaries
this.
are now at 3.120
$3,120,000.
because you want to hire 15 more people.
Because we want to put the money so that down the road, if God forbid, somebody falls off of a truck and we can lower the hiring freeze.
Down the road, appropriations is the
No,
term for that.
don't-
I'm sorry.
Telling you
I'm
what
sorry.
we are willing to accept to pass the budget.
Appropriations.
You are not willing to negotiate. You are not willing to compromise.
I am.
No,
We have-
you're not.
All right, let her
When you're
think.
willing to
Maybe
compromise and
she'll-
come up
maybe
with some
she'll
other figures for us
compromise.
that we're willing, show us. You're not willing to budge. You're just
All
keep
right,
saying appropriate.
I'm not asking you to come down on your figures. I'm saying with appropriations, you can keep them right where they are.
And with appropriations, you can.
You know what? No.
Why? Everybody
Why?
uses
Because
appropriations.
You don't make a budget figuring you're going to spend your emergency money.
Well, you better figure out what's going to
many
happen in the
times have we
future when there are unexpected costs that we're going to be incurring.
Carol,
Where do you
That's
think
it.
they're coming
You're
from?
telling us to figure that
Patty.
using that money now.
All of this falls under that category.
Arguing with her because
Yes,
it's
it is
useless.
arguing with her. It's not worth it
It's
because
not worth it. We're willing to
we're willing to
give
accept-
up general and administration. We're willing to give up the building and equipment maintenance, get it all finished, sign off with $3,120,000 in salaries, and sign off and go home.
Yes, after they sign the checks,
Well,
so the bills are paid.
But if we sign off, that's what they said they would do. They would sign the bills.
Well,
Can
we
we
have
not
to,
believe
we
that?
have to vote on it.
You're coming down 50,000 and you want us to go up 220,000
Coming down 50,000.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, what-
on maintenance and,
You have
about general and
2,895. That is, we're asking you to go to 3,120. That isn't that much, Joe.
Joe, do you want the budget
That will
passed?
cause us to say, yes, we are happy. Yes, let's pass this budget, go home and do the dance of joy.
How many times
Yeah.
do we have to
we need,
give up what we want?
I don't want you to give it up. I want you to understand you can get it out of
You say
appropriations.
appropriations once more, and that's it. We do not need to hear. Seriously, you've had to say that at least 50
I know,
times.
it's bad. I'm talking.
Enough. We've heard you. I told you, our bottom line, you're not willing, if you're not.
you
willing-
heard our bottom line.
Well, then, I guess we're not willing to negotiate, because
Carolyn, you better talk to Joe.
talk to
because
Joe
this
and
is
talk to yourself. One of you needs to.
The money's there in appropriations if you
Oh,
need
my
it.
God, now he's
It is there.
busy.
Plus, we have 13 million in the bank.
Plus.
That's so there's no.
Then you
And
know what
that's,
the money-
that's a two years of budget.
Then we should give everybody all of.
And we should have
our
given
budget.
the taxpayers an abatement, but you three voted against it three
That's
times.
right.
That's
We did
right.
vote
Yeah.
against it. Yes, we did. And I would do
Because
it
you
again.
lowered the budget, you lowered the levy, you just want to lower, lower, lower. And I'm okay. We have voted and gone down a lot. I'm just asking you to compromise
We
and
just
come
made
up
a
to
great
3,120,000
deal. We're
instead of
willing to get out of here.
2,895,000.
We have the money there. We don't have to do any special tax
Fine.
or anything. We have $13 million. If you're going to need an extra 200,000 later on, it's there. Open your eyes.
Oh, my eyes are open,
Look
Joe.
at the numbers.
My eyes are open.
Don't
Good.
start.
My eyes are open, Joe.
Open your mind then.
Never.
My mind has
Stop.
been greatly open, Joe.
I'd like to motion that we take a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Margaret, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee Makula?
Yes.
Trustee Rosensky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Kean?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. See, my numbers are going down. You know what?
Okay, oh shoot. So it's 10 to 10.
Have a good evening, Margaret.
Trustee Derblick?
Here.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Here.
Trustee McCullough?
Here.
Trustee Rosansky?
Here.
Trustee Olson?
Here.
Trustee Keene?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. This is terrible. There we go. Okay, now what was I doing here?
Well, are we starting?
Assistant Supervisor.
Let her.
So we still have a difference in these three categories.
We told you we're willing to accept the other categories if, for this one category, you go to this amount.
Okay, salaries being for raises at this time.
That's a poor excuse.
No, it's not. It's a fact. Okay, the salary line item isn't for hiring staff, but for salary increases, and not even, it's only a placeholder. Because, again, we have to go through union negotiations. I don't see why we would mix the two.
Well, I think that's a better placeholder than yours, that's why.
I don't have a placeholder for
They're
that.
telling us 2,895,000 is your placeholder. I'm asking for the placeholder of 3,120,000.
And the difference is, 2,895,000 is a 1.4% raise for current staff. Yours, we're not comparing apples to apples. You're adding something else into this.
Yes, but I'm not asking my legal appropriation to go up to 500 from, what was it? Did it go up to 800 or 500,000 from 40,000?
I'm sorry.
I'm not
What are you
asking that
saying?
much here.
It's not the number, it's the request. Again, I think these issues should be discussed
Yes, and we are
during union
discussing.
negotiations. I mean, staffing's not a subject for the budget. All we're trying to do is put an item on the budget so we can approve this.
You are
and move
also
forward.
stating that we have no idea what the negotiations will wind up costing. So why don't we put it at a little higher? And if it doesn't cost that much,
We don't put it a little bit higher because we have 100% appropriation, which is already 3 million something. That would be doubling
You
it.
just got done saying you just want to put an item on the budget. That's what you've done. Well, that's all we want to do is put an item on these three lines.
she's not willing to.
I'm confused. You're putting an item on these three lines? I don't understand.
You just,
The amount.
the amount, yes. Yeah, well, I'm looking at
Okay,
it.
but my point is, see, that's just it. We're not
But
here
you
just
said all we're doing is putting,
numbers.
This is less than either two of the other 3 million ones. This isn't that much more than yours.
Okay,
We
again-
are not asking for that much.
Okay, it's not the number, it's the purpose. Again, we will discuss all of these staffing issues in union negotiations. Oh, this is much better.
Apparently,
And if we
saying you
don't
want to
use
pass
it,
the
then we
budget
don't
and
use it.
actually being willing to compromise to pass it are two different things.
and if there's an item on the, if there's an item on the,
We're giving up all of the line items in the other two sections, as long as you put that much more on the budget for salaries.
And if there's a line item that's filled in
If you
in the
accept
budget,
this,
we don't have to spend it either. Just- I
exactly,
mean,
but if you accept this, we will say, yes, we'll accept this budget. That's it. So if you want to blame us, when we're telling you we're willing to give up everything else, if you accept that amount, which is a great deal less than what we originally wanted.
Again, I'm not concerned about the amount of the dollars. I'm concerned
Yes,
about.
you are, because you keep
I am
saying
concerned.
Appropriations. I don't.
Patty, would you let
wanna
me
do with
speak? You've blasted enough with this nonsense.
Go, talk, and let us hear more about
Again.
appropriations.
Again, the number isn't the issue. The issue is, what do you want the money for? You want to add staff. I'm saying we're not here to talk about adding staff. We have three items.
Forget about it.
We have three items.
It's the amount total that I want for salaries.
Okay, again,
Staff or not?
again, Patty.
It's still a lot less than what we wanted originally.
Okay, once again, we're not taking numbers and throwing them against the wall and see if they stick.
We aren't, because you're not willing to negotiate.
We need to justify the purpose of the dollars. You're telling me you're going to drop two other line items if we hire additional staff.
I'm not saying we hire anybody. I'm saying we budget.
So let's not drop those other line items.
Yeah, we won't. Forget it. If you're not willing to negotiate.
For $886,005, the difference between the two sides, they can be covered under appropriations, and we can all go home,
No, we
and you
won't.
could contact the
Because if
attorney,
you're not
and he will
willing to
justify this.
We have told you time and time again, we cannot pass a budget and say, oh, don't worry, folks, appropriations will
Patty,
cover this.
you just stated you're willing to give up all these items, so you won't be taking them out of appropriations. So what's the
No,
difference?
we won't, because they're items you said we can't have anyway. So what the hell are we negotiating for?
Patty, what are you talking about?
One, the strategic plan. Can't have it. Joe said so. The other, nighttime cleaning. Why not? Joe said we can't have it. So why in the heck are we going to fight over those? Let it go.
In
because those are the main reasons.
response to the board changing, which I've heard from more than one trustee, you will be able to make that happen. You will have the votes. The money will be there, you'll have a new board, you'll have the votes, and you'll get what you want, and we will pass a
Okay, can
budget
I be
and be able
honest
to
with
pay
you?
these bills.
Can I be honest? You want to know what the situation is here? I was bullied into the vote. I voted for the levy. Why? Because Joe told us. I see two principles here. You either lower it or no levy. In other words, if we voted no for lowering it, we would have had no money coming in from taxpayers. I feel it's almost the same way here. If you don't accept what we want, then I guess we're not passing the budget. Well, you know what? Part
see
of
what
passing the budget, we have along been negotiating and we have been compromising. All of a sudden, we're hitting the wall. And we're trying, please give us a little. No. Appropriations will cover it. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. Like I said last time, I was raised by a Bohemian father. You budget and you go according to your budget. You don't go according to using your emergency money.
Patty, appropriations are not emergency money.
Well,
It states it's a fund and the library is able to spend it.
And you would never agree to Cindy spending more money. You
I'm
would
not-
never vote for it.
The fact of the matter is, you said you wanted to make sure that there was enough money for the new board to be able to give the raises that you're asking, and the other items that you want
Did you
will
say-
fall right in line.
you say raises? I never said raises.
And I never.
I said.
I'm talking
if we
about-
wanna hire people.
I'm talking about this conversations we have had for 7 different meetings.
No. We never have said.
These are the comments that you've made.
The comments I made,
Dear God in heaven.
which was on the phone, and she talked at the last 20 minutes that she allowed to have a meeting when I was out of town, and she knew it, and she decided to have a budget meeting anyway, especially when she agreed that we needed all 6 of us to be here for a budget, and she still had it without me. At that point, she's talking about how we had this conversation. We did have a conversation. And our conversation was, we, 1, agreed that
Okay, this
everybody
has
had to be
nothing to
here,
do with that
and
conversation.
2, I told her that by cutting, I'm concerned because of the new board that will be coming in, because they will have to deal with the end half of this fiscal year. Now she's saying, well, you want them to be able to give raises, you want them. No, we don't. We know the union will affect that. What we're saying is our staff is cut drastically. We are saying give them a budget to cover a few staff members. And what we're hearing is appropriations will cover it. I'm sorry, we won't compromise. Appropriations will cover it. Am I repeating anything incorrectly?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but
Figures.
again, you know, Patty,
Help
this
her
is so
understand.
unnecessary. Okay, again,
Yes, it is.
what I tried to tell you
expect us to
earlier.
just assume everything is appropriations. And
No,
that's-
everything is not, because we've already discussed these 3 items till we're blue in the face, okay? I want you to get the money you want, so you can have what you want when the board changes. Right now, I tried to tell you, according to this statute, that the appropriation gives the library board, this is the exact words, authority to spend the funds. You're acting like you're committing a crime. You're not. The money will be there. You'll have the votes because you'll have a new board. Why can't we just move forward? It's $886,005. Don't decrease anything. Don't move anything. Let's not play any more charades. Let's just say you'll get $886,005 from appropriations. When you take over the board, you'll be fine. There goes your future. Write what you want.
What's your problem with?
I want to
us
pass this
taking
budget.
You
over
also
the
told
board?
us, let's go with 1.4 COLA because of the union. Well, won't
Right.
that take up the appropriations?
Absolutely.
Because cost of living
I'm counting on it.
5.9.
I'm counting on it.
So then where is this money going to come from? Because
Patty-
it's going to be used with
Patty,
union negotiations.
you need to do the math. Your appropriations are
please,
$13 million. Please, please, please. The union's not going to give them a $6 million raise. Come
You're
on.
not gonna move.
You're also,
I don't.
know.
The money's there. I don't understand. You'll get the
But
money.
yet, you won't pay the checks because it's not the fiscal year.
If you approve this budget, we'll have time to sign those checks before we all pass out.
I'm not planning on passing out anytime soon.
Cindy, can I just make a comment about the spreadsheet that when I was working on it, and it is your numbers. I just want to mention, I noticed that you show total expenditures and the net surplus. The spreadsheets on the last page of your spreadsheets. I just want to mention the expenditures minus the revenues show net surplus, or deficit. But I think when the accountant removes like special reserves and the grant money, we get a lot closer to the difference, which actually is actually what I did. So I'm showing you, so I guess the same thing would apply on all these columns. I'm just saying the number will be less.
I don't pay any attention to that. I'm just worried about the line items.
Okay, no, but what I'm saying is you're showing a surplus of, for example, $1 million, but by the time you take out special reserves and grants, it's much less. So there won't be that drastic of a difference. Okay, thank you.
We're not voting on a total budget tonight. We're voting on these line items that are going to the
No,
accountants.
we're gonna end with a total number.
No, we're not.
I have a total number
I need
and.
numbers, line item numbers to give to the accountant. and
Okay,
that's all
we
I
cannot
need.
approve a budget without a total amount.
Well,
we have to say what our
that's
budget
not
is.
what you said
This is a
2 months ago or 3 months ago.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
We're
we are
talking
going
about.
line item numbers that I need to give to the
Okay,
accountant.
yeah, you can have your numbers. You'll get them, but we cannot
Well-
schedule an ordinance without having an amount. This is tentative. And then,
Well, it has to be accurate. You can't make it up.
exactly, I'm not making it up.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your
Okay,
numbers
well,
and
guess
why
what?
anybody
I'll
would
give it.
trust them.
All right, Cindy, you don't have to trust my numbers. I'll give you a copy and I will make adjustments or changes to whatever this conversation goes. But we have to end tonight with a budget amount. And when the accountant goes over it, if it changes, then it changes, and that'll be our final budget. But we have to have a ballpark
That's
figure
not
where the
how
heck
it
we
works.
are.
This is how you do
I've been on this board for several years.
Yes.
And this is how it's done. You don't just approve a blanket nothing. You have a tentative
Approving
budget
line
which
items.
changes after
Well,
you
let's
do
not
your.
cross our, count our chickens before they hatch, because we haven't even agreed.
Well,
on
you know what?
anything,
Like
so.
I said, after tonight, we will not have made. We will not have been able to fulfill the responsibility as trustees to pass.
And you
An
have
adopted
not
budget.
fulfilled your responsibility to direct us to.
I am. I'm begging you to use the appropriations.
By doing an
us. She's
unethical
bullying
thing.
us. That's
It's not unethical. Please pull. You know what? On your cell phones, pull up the statutes and read it yourself. It's not unethical. It tells you right there.
I determine my own ethics, please.
Well, you can't do that. You have to follow the statutes. They tell you what's
yeah.
ethical.
I don't think so.
She
Well, you know,
actually
if
was-
you want to disagree,
she
just
was
to
a
disagree.
librarian. I think she would know what.
No, a librarian has nothing to do with Illinois state statutes for a board. I'm just asking you guys to read it.
You know what?
So
It doesn't
what
matter.
happens-
It
because
should matter. It makes a difference
That's
here.
not what I mean. What I mean, what we do, what we don't do, you'll still do and say whatever you want. You don't frankly care.
Patty, that is so wrong. And you know, I'm sick and tired of your personal comments.
Well,
If you don't have anything factual, don't say anything.
We're giving you a number that we're willing to
you
accept
stop
the budget at,
berating this
and you're
fellow
not willing to
board
accept it.
And we're giving you a number that you're not willing to accept.
Exactly.
Okay, enough of this. I'm just saying, leave the numbers where they are. You
That's
have
what
the
they're
numbers
saying.
you
Leave the
requested
numbers where they are.
and just take it all out of appropriations. I'm not asking you to cut anything.
So basically, what she's asking us to do is take everything out of appropriations that goes above the budget.
No,
And
we're not
just like
taking
she
any
did appropriations for the
We're
lawyers.
leaving the numbers the way they are. So number 75 for consultants is 106,000. Let's leave it. That's fine with us.
No, we're talking about the 3 items that are on here.
And all the other numbers, let's see, can we leave them? Yeah, let's see.
Oh, that's right, you're right.
Non-contractual-
You're right.
Oh, yeah, we're
Salaries.
giving up a lot on non-contractual.
Okay, would you quit with all this? Can you give me some
No.
specifics
You
instead of complaining?
Say all this nonsense.
Okay,
that
no,
comes out of your
salaries.
mouth.
The difference, 827,805. That's how much more you want. Consultants, the difference, 18,000. That's how much more you want. Non-contractual
I told you what we
maintenance,
want.
40,200.
Originally
That's how much
asked for.
more you want.
You aren't hearing.
The total is
I am
8.
saying we're willing to bring our number down to 3,120,000, which is down quite a bit from what
Patty,
we
it's not the
originally-
number, I will repeat, thank you. It's 3,120,000. Our position is salaries are for a cost of living raise
Saying that's what
until
we're
the union
willing to accept
negotiations.
For the whole line item, not whether we're hiring more people or not, that's what we're willing to accept for our line item, our whole expenditure.
You need to explain what that's for. Is it,
Look at the whole thing. We originally wanted $3,722,805. I'm saying we're willing to go down to $3,120,000.
could you explain to Cindy what that is in COLA and whatever else you had?
We're willing to go with the 1.4, whatever it is. We're willing to change it or whatever. We're willing to go to that amount instead of 3,722.
Okay, but if you go at 1.4, you only need 2,895,000. You're at 3,120. What are you going to do with the rest of that money?
Oh, for Christ's sake. You want me to come in and talk to you and we'll go line by line, Cindy? I'm happy.
No,
with
I'm
it.
asking you. You said it's just COLA.
I'm telling you, you're
Why is there
saying,
a
let's
difference?
go by the bottom line. I'm telling you what bottom line I'm willing to accept.
I know, and what is Cindy-
You're saying, well, now I need line by line.
What are you
Make up your
talking
mind for
about?
us.
Patty, my
Have you
God.
moved off the 3,000,001?
I'm willing to go from 3,722,805 to $3,120,000.
20,000.
20,000, excuse me, $1,000 for our bottom line. for
Okay,
total.
and how, Cindy, will that money be used? That's my question.
Divided appropriately.
What's 2,895,000 for current employees with a 1.4 COLA, because that's
These
what
will
the
all have to
treasurer
come
had.
down, what we have in ours to make the difference.
Yeah, and then
I mean,
This
God
would
forbid,
be-
I'm
You're
just
putting
trying to
three
get them to agree on a total
200 and-
amount. Line by
250
line.
225.
225,000 is going to be,
We don't forget that
Budgeted.
225 being budgeted. I'm
Oh.
saying for the total salaries, let's just make it 3,120,000,
Well,
period.
she has to.
So I'm asking,
And then-
it's going to,
I know what you're asking. Then we
please
have to go
explain.
line by line. I understand this.
I don't want to go line by line. I'm asking you, how are you applying a
I'm
3,120,000?
going down from what we originally wanted.
Patty, you're not,
You're
Patty,
not going
let me
up
get this
from what
out.
you originally
Patty,
wanted.
Patty, you're not understanding me. Your numbers before represented specific items, COLAs, increase of base, so forth and so on.
You know
What does 3,120,000 represent? Cindy just pointed out
Tell me,
1 point.
Figure out what the COLA would be for that, please. You got your computer.
COLA for what?
If we use for our bottom line, 3,120,000, what would our COLA be?
No, that's a
Would it-
pretty
It wouldn't go up
sophisticated
that much.
math.
It would be what, 2%?
Divided by the number of employees times.
Yeah, so it's put putting 225,000 into grade 5, line 29.
Yeah, but if we spread it out.
No, she said it's not for staffing.
Because
She said it's to increase COLA. So give her a number. How do you determine COLA? 1.4%.
I am not a mathematician, and I am not giving her a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not drilling you. I'm saying, isn't it 1.4% times the total salaries?
I don't know. I'm not going to compute.
No, we're not. What's the point? Yeah, what's the point?
No.
Yeah,
Because
but you're
that's
not
Patty's
willing to
number.
negotiate. I'm telling you, you're saying you want to go with a total, a number. I'm giving you a total number. Because you said you don't want to go line by line.
No, and I just asked you to identify what 3,120,000 represents.
It's Joe's number plus 225,000.
And the purpose of the $225,000 would be what?
We already went over this 500 times.
No, it's not supposed to be for
Okay.
filling positions.
You're asking what it's
Blend it
for,
in the
that
other
is what it's
sections.
for.
What is
The
it for?
answer is not going to
You guys
change.
keep talking over each other. What is it for?
Same answer as before.
Patty said it's not to fill positions, it's for COLA.
15 part-time.
Okay.
Okay, now we're
let's leave it
back
at
to
the
15 part-time.
Whatever.
See, you're not hearing Patty's conversation at this end.
You know what? Because I'm getting irritated. You're saying we can't do this. We can't do this. Well, then put it as the bottom line number. And frankly, then we divide it up with the with the line items. I don't care. I'm just looking. We told
I
you
understand,
we would
I
be
understand.
willing to accept 3,120,000. If you want to be here all night discussing 300, if I have, somebody can give me a calculator, I'll figure it out for you. But we want that as the bottom line. Then
So
we can go line by line and figure it out.
Go line by line and do what?
Oh, for Christ's sake. To adjust it, because you're saying, well, where does it go? What goes where?
No, I don't want to know where it goes. I want to know what you're using it for. We have a 1.4% COLA, and apparently no one has the
Well,
salaries
then we
number.
can go back up to a 5.9 COLA if you're going to be that way about it. And let's bring it back up to where we had it originally.
Okay, are we playing games here, or are we trying to
Well,
be
no,
serious?
because you're not listening.
Patty, calm down. I am listening. So you want to take 225,000 and add it to COLA, correct? Yes, no? I mean,
No, we're not going to do that, no. Just stop the conversation, it's crazy.
Cindy, we don't have total
Can I
salary
have this
dollars
conversation,
anywhere?
please? Because I.
Well, we want.
Total
we
salary
want the
dollars?
225,000
Yeah, it's all right
for
here.
salaries, and they won't
So
put it
salaries
there.
times 1.4%, isn't that how you got the 2895?
Oh, yeah, no, I don't have I don't have all that stuff here.
All right, I'm just asking.
I'm just saying, put that as the bottom line, let the accountant and Cindy, whatever, if we need to come in and figure the line by line, fine.
They're not approving salaries. That's pointless. It's not happening.
Okay.
What's
So-
pointless?
The discussion is
Trying to
pointless
work with
about
you.
working back and allocating it into different,
No, okay, I
Jobs.
think what we're trying to do is figure out with 3,120,000, what type of COLA percent? Would it be a 1.5?
No,
What
Why?
difference
we're
does it
not
make?
going to do that.
Well, that's what Patty
Forget it.
asked.
no.
No,
Forget it.
Patty doesn't want to.
Forget it. I don't want to do that. I'm
She
just,
doesn't want to do it.
So we are at, so Joe, I get a different number on this budget. Athena and I both did it. It's 6,646,129. So
6,000,000,
646,129.
I'm sorry, 416, say that again. Start over. I'm sorry.
6,646,129.
6,46129.
For the total expenditures,
total budget. sheet.
Total budget.
line 154.
9154.
Yes.
Well, you know what, Cindy, what I would do too
Hang
is
on,
give you all
please.
these sheets. So
Hang
you
on,
can see
please.
if there is a difference where it is.
Yeah, 154.
Okay, thank you.
That number includes the $2,895,000 for salaries.
Right, but she's
Correct.
saying
Yes.
the number is off from the total.
Shocker.
It's not in the millions, it's
It's off 2,000 or
yeah,
something.
Yeah. And Cindy, what I'm saying is, when we decide whatever we're doing, I don't expect it to be the exact amount, but we've got to come up with a tentative budget. Tentative means
Can we not get
permanent,
that? We
okay?
haven't gotten that far
The
yet.
final adoption will be when the numbers will change again.
They don't
No,
usually.
we're not gonna.
Well, after
Go back.
public hearing, who
Usually-
knows?
Usually, the public hearing goes, and it just passes. I have yet to be at a public hearing where we're changing numbers. If you have, I'd like
I
to
don't know, last year was
We
pretty
did.
crazy.
We did last year.
Last year was a year unto itself.
Okay, so,
This one's no better.
all right, so let's just
Yeah,
skip
go ahead,
salaries.
William,
Let's
now.
go back and everything, we have agreed on everything but salaries. Is that where we're standing?
Yes.
No,
Well, I don't know.
We-
What, you tell us what you've got.
No, I'm telling you what is in
What
this
does the-
we offered
6,646.
that as we offered that, but they said no, they didn't want to do that.
So that
Where did
is
you get the 6,646,100?
704,120 in library materials.
Okay, wait.
The
I'm
bottom
sorry,
of the
say that
first
again?
page.
Library materials is in the middle somewhere?
It's on the bottom of the
704,120, yes. thank you.
704,120.
Yeah.
Library operating expenditures, 477,637.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, we did this.
And you have revenue, yeah, so what you're doing is okay. And then you have all of the numbers that are in red. And you're saying this is the total of all the ones that we have in red so far.
No, it includes the general and administrative.
Okay, what is that total?
So the general administrative total, well, the total before these three numbers that you decided on tonight was 402,776. Then you agreed on 11,059 for professional development, 88,500 for consultants, and 5,000 for subscriptions and dues.
And-
Right, that
and what was
consultant-
that
Okay.
total?
And that subtotal, that total
I have a
is?
different one, Cindy.
A different number where?
Well, you're wrong.
I have all
Cindy's
those
right,
numbers
but we
that you
didn't
just
agree
read
on
off,
88,500.
and I included them, and I came up with 505,995.
I came up with
I don't know why
507,335.
we're even wasting our time on
Exactly,
this.
why?
Because it's important to get the numbers right. It's
Well,
called a
it
what
budget.
doesn't
number do you
matter
have,
if the
Cindy?
numbers are right if we don't agree on the numbers to begin with.
Cindy, what number do you have for that?
88.
Well, I didn't add up the total. I put in the individual
I
numbers.
added it up twice and I got
And I
507,335.
don't trust his number.
But I guess there's no agreement on the consultants? Is that what
Oh,
you're
we're not
saying?
agreeing? I
On
thought
the
we already did.
consultants?
Well, we had said that if you would go up on the salaries, we would forego that, but you haven't done that, so I don't know, that's not necessarily off the table. I mean, it doesn't, it's pointless if you're not gonna go,
Yeah, we said we'd give it up. We said we'd give up the one,
The overnight
So if you want to
cleaning?
increase the COLA, let's talk about it. I'm not talking about filling vacancies. You're talking about salaries that we didn't agree on.
Correct.
So that's what I'm talking about.
No, you just said COLA.
And
That's
no.
salaries.
percentage.
No,
We're not talking
we're
about.
not.
So according to what you're saying, all of this salary line is based on 1.4.
Yes.
So therefore, this is just a question, if we added this amount, we're paying an accountant, couldn't the accountant say, okay, dividing this, this is what it, and put the numbers where they go, according to what we have?
What, if you're making it all COLA, you mean?
No. I'm just saying if
Just
we take
dividing
this.
What do you want to do with it?
Never mind. I don't even know anymore. I'm getting to the
Okay.
point where, let one
That
of the other
wouldn't
two
work.
talk.
Dividing it.
It's difficult to do that because
I understand.
these
I
are
understand.
wages. I mean,
I understand.
Joe, your numbers have to be off.
okay, so
I don't think your line items are equal to mine. Because mine's 505, still 995.
You're jumping ahead.
I think
We
the-
have
I
to
think what
agree
it all
on
comes down
numbers
to,
before we make sure they are
Cindy,
adding
look
and
at a
subtracting.
document.
You're wasting time.
She's telling Joe that his numbers don't agree with her.
Doesn't matter what his numbers are right now.
Well, it does to me, okay? Thank you for your comment,
You're
though.
welcome. Anytime.
And it does to me, because if we can find any other errors before we get to the end, if we only have three numbers left.
That's not what I meant, though. I meant that if we can't agree on something first, then
We haven't
why are we
agreed on
wasting our
the
time on the
We're
stuff that
not wasting
follows?
time. There's a lot that's got to go into this.
Yes, but if we can't agree and to begin with, then we're not going to get to the next step.
We have to agree on every
Cindy,
line
I'm showing
item
the
before
next
we
category.
bother adding it up.
She's asking Cindy a question. Let her ask Cindy her question, please.
So Joe, what was your number?
I came out with 507,325.
I think the problem is in the line.
I'm sorry,
items.
335.
Yeah, that's what Athena got.
Oh, did you? So then something must have changed that I don't have.
No.
I don't know, but it's okay. So what's it? What's that number again, Athena or Joe?
507,335.
Okay.
But that's only with consultants at 88.5, so
I know,
that's not.
and that could change later, but at least we're close to a total. Now, I think going forward, there's a lot of agreed numbers. So vehicle operations. Okay. Do you have a number? Oh, it's 3,854 for total vehicle operation. It's on the bottom, small little section under,
3,854.
yes, okay. And I think we've agreed on almost everything on this page.
Everything.
Okay, did we agree on building and equipment maintenance?
No, it's on the next page.
We agreed on the furniture and fixtures for 800.
Yes.
Wait a
we
minute,
did.
wait a minute. Building and equipment maintenance is how much?
800.
No, the whole category. Total,
We didn't agree on non-contractual.
Agree on the other one, which is highlighted.
Non-contractual
I
maintenance,
see,
I had,
okay. I see
originally
it, I see it, I see what you got, yeah.
I originally had 22,000, we went up to 28,000. With the 28,000, the total for that category is 174,490.
All right, and the difference is overnight
Well,
cleaning or
yippee,
something?
went up how much?
Oh, that's over here.
6,000, wow. Ooh.
I guess we can take the overnight cleaning out of appropriations.
Yes, I guess we can, can't we?
That's the way it works.
But what are we going to cut if we're going to take that out of appropriations?
Why do you have to cut something?
don't think
Because
we have to
isn't that one of your things that, well, you can take out of this to appropriate to that?
No, Patty, the line item, the
Okay,
category.
never mind.
You
I'm
take
sorry I
the
said
total.
anything.
No, let me help you
Forgive me.
understand. You take
No.
the total.
I
We don't-
understand. You
we
don't
don't
have
wanna hear
to
it.
explain it again. I'm just,
What's your number?
You asking my number? 174,490.
Yeah, okay. That's the total of building and equipment
That would be
maintenance
149.
with the 28,340, no overnight cleaning.
490.
I'm off somewhere. 2,000 bucks. What did we add that I missed? Oh, that's what I think it was. It was that number I gave Cindy.
So I think that should match my number.
are we willing to accept that?
That was building and equipment maintenance.
Yeah.
174.
Without the overnight that we offered, 14,300 and
How do you figure that?
$360. Yeah,
That's fine. 174490.
They're not willing to budge on anything, so I don't know.
No, we do all the
No,
compromising.
I'm not saying we do anything. I'm just saying
Well, we have done.
we have done a lot of compromising. But now they come in trying to play hardball. And,
Patty, we're not trying to play hardball.
oh,
I'm
yeah.
asking you to use the
We can use the
appropriations. It's not
appropriation.
hardball.
We can use the appropriations.
It's not
I'm tired
hardball.
of hearing the appropriation.
Well, I wish you wouldn't be tired of
You've said
it.
at least 100 times. Enough.
It's part of the budget
I don't want
process.
to hear the word again.
It's part of the budget process when you're the president.
Suzanne,
No, I
do you
think it's
agree with
part of the
that?
budget process when you have a board that's in transition or plans to be in transition. I'm just trying to say, in the future, the money will be there for whatever your decisions are. That's all I'm trying to say.
But Suzanne, do you agree with that statement? You don't say much about appropriations. I've heard Joe say it, and I've heard Carolyn say it, but.
Of course. She's a yes girl.
Excuse me, how
As
dare
long
you?
as she's willing to
Very easy.
vote
She's a yes
for
girl.
spending appropriations.
You're so rude.
Thank you. Like you aren't. What did you say to me at the last meeting? Resign?
know.
That isn't
Yep.
rude, is it?
After your comment, you bet.
Oh, baloney.
Cindy, do you
So
disagree with using
inappropriate.
appropriations? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm trying to understand the board's position,
Oh,
and I hadn't heard her mention her
oh,
thoughts about appropriations
sure,
specifically.
sure.
Well, of course, it's 3 to 3, of course.
That's not true. I'm asking
I'm
you,
just-
please, to read the statutes.
I just,
What's not true?
because in the end, it has to be voted on as an agreement to go over the budget and spend the appropriations. And so I just wanted to have that stated.
When the time
But we
comes,
have to
right?
vote to spend the appropriation.
Exactly. But I wanted to hear what the board members thought about actually voting on spending them, because it's
I
different.
don't personally remember that many times where we've had to vote to spend appropriations, except like the last big time was when they did with the lawyers. And they had a majority, so it didn't matter what
But
we
I don't
said.
think we have not gone
No.
over the budget for
No, we
lawyers.
did
We have
not.
not gotten into the appropriation for the legal budget.
Our budget was originally 40,000. Wasn't that how we started it? And then they brought it up?
Oh, so we are over the 40,000, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So everything is settled except salaries?
No. Because
Can I just backtrack to your comment about
Because
Go ahead.
legal fees, 40,000, then it was 240,000? That decision was made by the attorney who gave us input, being concerned that we would not be able to afford the legal fees with union negotiations and how FOIA was going. So that was him telling us how to use the budget process.
But when he told
So I
us that
didn't
we
make
should pay
that
the
up.
bills, he just told us to pay the bills too.
yeah, that is true. He did tell us to pay the bills.
And I'm hoping we will.
Well, let's see, what time is it? 10 o'clock? Oh, yeah. Let's see the rules. Okay.
We started the budget talk at 8:05.
Okay.
And basically, what I got out of the budget talk is, we're keeping it the way it is, and you spend the appropriations.
Wait a minute.
That's all I got. Nobody is willing to bend at all. So, here we sit.
I don't see why you can't just put it in the budget as precaution.
Here it is.
It's ridiculous.
22.
How did she get in and the library closed?
No, the library must remain open while the board is meeting.
Okay, fine. I wasn't sure about that, that's why I'm asking.
Would you like to speak? Good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good, I don't want to belabor this.
Well, 422. Oh, that's right. It would be different. This is from
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It actually came down a couple of points. I guess it must have calmed down. Because it usually goes up when you're aggravated.
So where did we get these numbers if we're not supposed to play around with
Those
salaries?
supposedly, the yellow numbers are the numbers that we were at the talking point. We didn't agree to, but that's where we had kind of gone to. And apparently, since whatever, it doesn't matter.
So I'm wondering, if some of this skepticism is, historically there was a temporary hiring freeze that turned out to not to be temporary. And so there's not a lot of trust built here.
Yes.
Actually, there were two sentences in my statement, and we missed the second one. It was that it would be temporary, and then the information that I requested in the reevaluation was the other part of it. And we've never gotten to that point. We just
A
talk
year
about it.
ago?
Yeah, I remember, I'm the one who wrote it and read it. Yeah, there's two parts to that. And once we went through all of that, then there would be a difference. But we haven't gotten there yet.
But that's why approving
So
minutes
it's
is
not,
so
I'm not being
important.
deceptive. I'm not being deceptive. I'm asking the same
It's not in the
questions.
minutes, then.
When we asked to discuss.
Oh, it's in the minutes. It's on the video.
You don't bring that up, you just say, we have a hiring freeze when we talk about hiring anybody. Then when we say, let's talk about the hiring freeze, you refuse to put it on the budget. On the agenda.
Turn your mic
How
on.
in the heck are we supposed to know what the heck you want your second hand? All I know is that it was voted, we have a hiring freeze. temporary.
Okay, excuse me, I have a budget question?
It was supposed to be until the budget was.
Cindy, I see a difference in the promotional expense number. I thought it was 13,485, but it's 14,885, is that correct?
What line number?
78, is that what you're looking at?
It's around there, yeah, no, that's promotion, 79, thank you, yes.
78.
Office supplies is 79. Promotional
It
expenses.
says 14,885.
It is? Okay, I had 13,485, so it's now 14.
Well, that was the treasurer's number.
So we changed it to 14,885?
At some point, yes.
Okay, I just want to get this right. Thank you.
So then the bottom number is not correct then, according to the treasurer's side. What would be the correct?
Okay, now here's another issue. I'm sorry, Patty, under legal fees, I thought that number was 200,060. This document shows 200,000. Didn't we go up those $60?
It's 60 under the proposed budget, it's, under the treasurer's budget.
That's why we need to all have the same
I'm looking at the sheets that Cindy distributed this evening.
And that's what I'm looking at.
Legal fees says 200,000 under trustee agreement. I thought it went up to 200,060. Am I wrong?
We heard 200,000, so I don't know. Is that what you have? Legal fees? Last time?
Okay, so it's 200,000. I'll change it. Thank you again. Okay, so that's why I'm off. All right, thanks, appreciate that.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the $60 in the legal fees was for background checks for new hires.
So we should put it back in?
Well, no, you're not hiring, so I don't think you need to do it.
But aren't you doing background checks for who? Volunteers, people who are coming here for interviews?
Well, yeah, but that was not, the $60 was from patron services for new
Okay.
hires.
Specifically for one department. I got it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, 15,292,000. So once again, can I appeal to the trustees to consider the $886,005 that we are indifferent? Well, that's the total of the three categories, salaries, consultants, and non-contractual. The difference is 886,005.
Well, they've already conceded those three items. They've already conceded the contractual maintenance, overnight
Conceded to
cleaning.
what?
They already conceded the overnight cleaning.
Technically, we said we would if.
No.
And since they weren't, she's trying to negotiate, so now I want to hear what she.
No, I'm not trying to negotiate. I'm asking you to
clear
keep the
here.
886,005.
I don't know
And-
what this number is.
No, I totaled the three items that we differ,
Oh, well, who cares
and the
about
difference
just
is
totaling
$886,005.
800.
886,005.
I'm not gonna vote on that.
What are you asking about this?
That's the difference between the two of us.
Yes.
Can I beg you to please consider appropriations to cover it?
Can I beg you to please give us at least 200,000? We're still giving you, but you saying that's the difference. If we take 200 out of that, 200,000 out of that.
Okay, the difference is I'm not approving 15 new hires in the middle of a budget process.
Okay.
That's the difference.
I don't care where they put that 200,000. I'm at the point where I just want it higher because you're refusing to budge, period.
Okay, so if Cindy's going to put $225,000 in salaries,
She can put it across salaries, she could put it just so it's,
Excuse
you
me,
have
Patty?
you have to identify the purpose.
Patty,
So
can you turn your mic
you
on,
want her to
please?
give it?
if you're saying,
Turn your mic on.
forget it.
No, please don't forget it. You're the only person that I'm having a conversation with.
Becky, you want to answer her response?
Patty, I'm sorry that we're not speaking as much as you. I know it's not easy what you're doing, and I appreciate it, but I just have nothing more to say. What we're asking for is the $225,000, and that's what we're asking for, and that's the bottom line. So
Okay, 225,004 is the,
I'm not going to go over it again. That's what we're asking for.
okay, well, because you and Patty differ, I need to understand who's saying what.
We
Patty's-
don't differ. I think that we agree, Patty, correct me if I'm wrong.
In salaries?
She's not speaking, she's spoken up.
Are you talking about only in salaries?
Hey, if it doesn't pull the fuzzy thing off, it works better without it.
Patty. So, Patty, let me make sure I understand that what we're talking about. I thought that that we were agreed that if we could get the $225,000 in the salaries, that we would call a budget. That
Yes, that's what I said.
okay? So that's what's on the table,
Is that what you continue to say?
Carolyn.
Now
So you're
saying
saying
you
that
want
you
it
just
anyway.
want to
But
raise,
she kept
Sa-
saying, but it doesn't explain where you want it.
no, I mean purpose. So you want to just add it to, do you want to add 225,000, is that your number?
Yes.
Two salaries for
Yes.
COLA?
No.
No,
Okay, that's what I need to know. What is it for?
part-time.
The 15 positions you want, correct? Correct. All right, and I said that I can't use the budget process for adding 15 staff
I don't
positions.
think that's,
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was not misunderstanding Patty. Thank you for clarifying.
I said it about,
who
Again,
said you can't do it? Why can't you do it?
whatever.
Where do you get this idea that you can't do it?
She said,
okay, I'm saying I am reviewing the budget for salaries. Anything else, and it's not even that. It's a 1.4 COLA only to get through the negotiations. All other
You didn't
staffing
answer
issues
my
will come
question.
up.
Why won't you let us take
Because-
125 and put it in part-time? What's
Because
the reason?
staffing positions, staffing issues, staffing benefits are all going to be discussed during
Well,
negotiations.
then why are you willing to
So are you
change the
going to be willing to
COLA?
lower the hiring?
The
freeze
COLA is
with the
1.4 because
negotiations?
Cindy just used it to get something
Yeah,
in the
why
budget.
Okay, so why are you saying that, what's the 225?
I misunderstood Patty to
Oh.
say it didn't matter. It
I
could
did
go.
because I was getting
Patty, I'm
frustrated,
not disagreeing with
okay?
you. I'm just
I was
answering your
getting
question. Calm down.
frustrated because
I
I'm
know,
trying
I
to
get
say,
it.
and
I
you-
get it. Thank you. I get it. I get it. Okay, I get
So,
it.
And my
so
phone
you
calls
don't
officers
know,
going through the report,
Carolyn,
keep aggravating me.
Carolyn, you don't know for sure that we can't use it for part-time salaries. You don't know that.
What I know for sure is I am not agreeing with any staffing
Oh, well,
positions
that is
since we
different.
have a
That is
union
different.
that we're supposed to be
We
working
can
with.
do it. It is possible, but you don't.
Okay, no, you
want
need to remember
Two
you're in
different
union
things.
negotiations. You don't supersede the union.
Well, they'll certainly tell you if after they
Exactly
see
what they
it.
want, and that's what the process we will be following.
But right now, we don't know anything, so we could do what we propose.
You're in the middle of negotiations. We need to remember the economic package
will
stands
tell
for
us
certain
what-
things.
Will be acceptable.
And at that time, then you can make all these arrangements.
Yeah.
Well, not if we don't have the money.
That's
there.
why it's in appropriations, just like with the legal fees. Last year, we had no idea what we were in for,
Oh, we sure
and that was the
did.
cushion.
Oh, my God. I propose we leave here at 11
Well, no,
o'clock.
because if we leave here,
What happens?
You have no budget.
they will refuse to sign the checks.
Oh, that too. But you won't, the key is you don't have a budget.
Oh, please, the lawyer has stated, the accountant has
Here we
stated,
go again.
we are in our first quarter. We do not need to have a budget. We do not need to have a budget. We are in the first quarter. We do not need to have a budget to pay the bill.
We should have passed a
It's
resolution.
you,
Then you
Joe,
can choose.
and Suzanne who are insisting we need to have a budget. It's you, Joe, and Suzanne who are bullying us and refuse to
No,
listen
no.
to any.
You know,
Don't give me no,
Patty,
no,
we've
no.
had a budget passed every year before this
Yes,
time.
before you were the president. We have come down.
Oh, and a
how much?
6-to-1 board, yeah, that was easy.
Well, no, even so.
We had the quickest
We
budgets,
had
too.
last year.
Budget
Why?
meetings.
Because you had 4-3. Fine. You didn't want to listen to any of us. When it came to the levy, Joe bullied us.
Patty, we're talking about the budget. Could we
Same
stay on
thing.
this?
I am feeling like I'm being
And I don't
bullied.
want you to feel that way.
Well,
I want you to
then
know.
stop bullying me.
Patty, I'm not. I want you to understand appropriations isn't a game.
Oh,
It's
God.
real.
Bless it. You should not plan a budget figuring you're going to spend
Okay, we've said this a
appropriation.
million times.
That's
And
not
that's
true.
true.
It's not
Let's
true.
just-
I said it at every blessed budget meeting. The two of you talk.
What's to say that hasn't
I
been
don't-
said?
I'm done.
That's fine, so there's nothing more to say, really.
Carolyn thinks that she knows what has to be done, what cannot be done. We don't know that, so.
I'm telling you what the appropriations are. You refuse to listen to me. I'm giving you examples. You
Here
don't
we
accept
go,
them.
Number 67 times.
So go along with it
you
and
said
pass the budget.
Legal stuff. So tell me we don't understand.
Well, why don't you just, then why won't you agree with it? You tell me that it's like spending money that you can't spend.
Well,
That's so untrue.
technically-
No, technically.
It's not what
It's
you
available
feel, it's what
funds.
exists. It's the law.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay,
Mr. Treasurer, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay,
And I'm
Patty,
getting
enough.
this, and I gotta calm down.
Calm down.
Because it's crazy, because.
That's
you say you
their,
don't
that's
listen-
their
you-
only
You're
answer.
not listening to us. You're not willing to budget a couple of $100,000. So, then you know what?
It's not money, like I said 100
I know
times.
nothing's money.
No, you're talking about adding positions. We're not in a position to do that. This is the budget.
You don't know that we
I know we're not doing it because we're here with talk about salaries and the COLA issue was on the table. We had 1.4, you had 5.9. Now you keep changing it.
Can I say something?
Please, go ahead.
Just stay calm. Will you please let me say something? And will you please not shut me down, Joe? If you so want us to pass this budget, then do this, like I said, $14,336 for the nighttime cleaning crew for 3 days a week.
Again, as I told you about
As
nighttime
again, I
cleaning.
told you, we cannot do the nighttime cleaning crew.
No, the issue is apparently our staff can't clean the bathrooms. And I'm concerned about that.
The issue is,
said
we
they're
don't have enough staff, which you
Our staff
refuse
check the
to
bathrooms
accept.
every
You
2
have an
hours.
excuse for everything.
No, I'm telling you what I was
not
told
worth
in the budget
Fine,
meetings.
Fine.
I asked the
All I
question.
We are
ask
trying to
is-
figure out a way to pass this
It's not-
budget.
I know, and I'm saying, because you
we
want
just-
more
You
You won't
staff.
put it in the salaries, but then give us something else. Give us
Okay,
something else.
here's what I'm trying to say.
No.
You want salaries increased for hiring people. You want to ignore the fact we have staff.
Wait, you just said no to that, so, all right, so let's look at something else.
Anything? No. Be honest.
You want to hire a consultant, and I'm claiming that we don't need it until 23. I want to know the results of the
Okay,
current.
fine. We gave that up.
We're on two things here.
Can't-
The nighttime cleaning crew, 3
Yeah.
days a week.
It's more
and the
staffing.
raise in salary.
It's all about
We
staffing.
gave that up? Okay, we gave that up.
Well, we're asking them.
Wait, what
Well,
does
she
gave it
won't
up
give
mean?
us a salary, so maybe
Never
a
mind.
cleaning crew.
We've been shot to hell, so what difference does it make? We're shot down.
I'm not sure what you're
change your
talking about.
mind.
I'm thinking we're at 886 difference. Is that not where we are? Where are we?
I don't know where you are.
Well,
I
you
thought
told
were
me,
sitting next to me, but
I thought
it's not.
18,000 was still questionable for consultants. No?
For what?
We gave that up. They gave that.
Oh, I don't know. So it's not, so then we finalized, we agree on consultants?
Yeah, they gave that up.
All right. I didn't know that. Thank you.
Well,
So
We
what's
really
left
didn't Give it up.
is nighttime cleaning and the difference in salaries.
There's no way we
Yeah,
could
one or the other.
strategically plan with this
we
board.
want one of the other, or the other. We wanted to be able to have these budgets so that if, God forbid, the salary freeze is ever dropped, we can hire a few people. But if it is unacceptable to you, so be it. Let's then at least hire the nighttime cleaning crew for 14.
You can justify their schedules during the day.
You know what? You can justify whatever the fakakta you want. You're not willing to budge.
Well, no, she's talking about staff. You need to listen.
You can
Try to
justify your
understand.
staff's hours and regulate them, just like any corporation does. You don't hire just to hire.
We're already down over 30 people.
Then what's the volume of people that come in here each and every day to utilize
Let's
the?
check and see.
Oh,
how
here
many
we go with
library
statistics.
ads are going. You know what, I'm
Okay.
not going to argue that.
You know what? We're down actually 60% from our peak in 2010. We're down 60% in 12 years.
What's that got to do with the bathroom facilities?
Well, I'm just
Usage.
saying, we
There
don't
aren't
need
that many people
118
using them.
employees, and we don't need 89 employees right now.
It doesn't matter, because no matter what we say, they aren't going to budge. Because there's appropriations.
Patty, you really disagree with appropriations? Like vehemently, it sounds.
Well, especially when it's being shoved down
Why?
our throat. Yeah,
It's
I'm
not.
gonna keep
It's
discussing
there.
this. Oh, God. How many
Conversation
times
is
have you
done.
told
Well,
me?
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Patty.
How many times have you said it at each and every budget meeting?
72.
At least, each one.
She keeps saying it because you don't understand
Oh,
it.
please, dear God, Joe, don't.
You do not understand it.
Don't know.
You do not understand it. Open your mind. The money's there.
Oh, Joe,
You're being, whatever.
don't say I'm being, you're being. Because you wanted to so,
I mean, we're trying all we can try. We're trying all different ways, and you keep on saying no, 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 no. What kind of baloney is this?
I keep saying you can keep the money, use the appropriations.
73.
But you do. Please, ask every attorney on the planet and they'll help you.
yeah, okay, thank you.
I mean, the money's there.
74.
How would we have paid those legal
For
fees?
what?
Appropriations.
Time she has said appropriation.
No, I think we just need to move on, and then we revisit this, move on to paying of the bills, and come back and revisit this after.
Used to pay the bills.
No.
Approve the budget and we'll pay the
Approve
bills.
this budget, have the public hearing, come back and change the budget after the public hearing before it's adopted. It's going nowhere here.
Okay.
So you kick it down the road and see what the circumstances are at the end before you adopt the final budget, and then there's always the levy. So,
Well, I'm not going to be bullied into the levy like I was.
Well-
There's no way in heck.
nothing's moving
Okay,
here,
could you
so we need to,
Let's hear it.
I need to hear that again.
Yeah.
Hear
Let's
what?
hear it again.
Your idea.
pass this budget, pay the bills, have the public hearing, revisit the budget before it's finalized, because changes can be made. This is a tentative budget, right? So that is the end of September.
Last fourth Tuesday.
When do you revise the budget? Like, we're going to get anywhere with the revision?
Fourth
Well-
Tuesday.
You're not going to get anywhere here,
No, absolutely.
She's right.
but if you have
We
another board
revised the
member
budget
by the
last
end of
year.
September,
Maybe.
and if you don't have another board member by the end of September, I don't know,
And
but
then
nothing's going to happen
revise
here.
the budget, and then what?
Then you revise the budget.
And then you have
To
to go
what-
to public hearing again?
No,
No.
you vote on.
I'm just verifying.
So
Sure,
then
sure.
you
Sorry.
can revise the budget. You can revisit the budget. I mean,
Okay. How do
the suggestion was there was some opening with regard to public comments. I don't know if that's true, but there's a public hearing, so.
There is a say that again?
There is a public hearing. You suggested that there
Oh,
would be a
has to
public hearing.
There has to
and-
be one.
Well, yes, but you
Oh.
suggested that you would be listening to what was being said at the public hearing.
Right.
So then then there's the opportunity to adjust the budget, is all I'm saying. I mean, I don't see anything happening here. I mean, how long are you going to sit here?
I don't know what the two of you.
It's never going to happen.
You're not comfortable with it?
But I would like the final numbers.
The final number, accepting the treasurer's
Of course.
salary would be $6,646,129 by our calculations. 6646129.
129.
Okay. It's just there were a couple different numbers and I circled them.
So I don't know, I don't have what your final budget was for.
I'm not even considering our budget. because
What was that,
we did-
776?
We did go down on a lot of things. So we went down a lot from our original budget.
Right, and Joe, you're saying this number is higher than last year's budget, right?
Yes, it is.
Well,
We had
it's not saying much.
6.293, and this is 6.646. We actually spent 5.6 million.
So it's $1 million over what we spent this year.
Yeah.
So it does give us some room to grow, right? Because last year we had just opened.
This number is higher than my initial budget, and
And Joe's
Went
gonna
up.
clean the toilets.
yes.
But we went down on a lot of things too. It's not like we weren't negotiating here,
Or trying to.
or trying to.
So, where are we? Should I make a motion for what you just said, Cindy? Should I make a motion for the amount Cindy just said, and then we're gonna, we're gonna be doing this again at the final? And we'll get input, who knows what the input will be from the trustees? I mean, the public.
I need confirmation that you'll be signing the checks
Tonight.
tonight.
Yeah, Joe, you and I are.
Get
signing
started on
checks
'em.
tonight. She
Get
can't.
started on them.
Oh, yeah.
And you
Clarify.
I can sign when she
Cindy.
can't.
To clarify that the
She's
the
gotta
number
get up earlier than I do tomorrow.
that's going to be,
I don't care.
that
I
we're
do.
talking about approving is 6646129. How about, instead of using that number, we just, since we can change it, we can use the 7760220 number. You are playing games. That's the whole problem.
We're not dealing with that. We're dealing with the number that we have presented now. We're not dealing with your figures.
We have a number presented as well.
We're dealing with $6,646,129.
Well, I'm
If
not
we want to go
dealing with
back
that
and go
number.
through this whole process again, we can.
I got all mine.
Let it go. Apparently you do.
Glad you do.
Yeah, well, seriously.
I mean, you know what?
Paying checks.
I don't know how, I can't
If some-
believe we can't just get through this and
If
fight about it
you
later.
signed the checks, that would have showed you had good faith. Maybe I would have been willing to accept what you're doing, but you're holding.
Oh, now you're
checks.
changing your
Oh,
mind.
Don't change
No,
the
this is
subject,
exactly what I've been
please.
Let's take a
Okay.
vote on this, and then if we pass
Well,
it, we'll
let's
sign
hurry
the
up.
checks.
Let's sign the checks, and then we'll take a vote.
Oh,
No,
And say we did.
Patty, it's 10 after 11. Let's
Yeah,
approve
yeah.
this tentative.
Approve it, and then I'll sign the checks.
Tentative budget. It's not finalized. Then we'll sign the checks.
Put the staff amount then, that's in the middle. If it's
No, again, I am not approving staff amounts. That's for the union.
The union's coming in,
And it's
and
only
that's it.
tentative, we can change it.
No.
No, that
No,
doesn't,
it's not
no,
gonna
it's
happen.
not tentative. It has nothing to do with
gonna happen.
staff. Tentative means you can raise the number later. That's what I'm talking about.
What you're proposing is that we pass this 646 number because it's tentative and we can change it. That's all I'm doing is the same thing, just use Cindy's numbers instead.
Well, we were going to pass a tentative tonight and then revisit this after the public hearing.
Right, use Cindy's numbers for the tentative budget.
Not happening.
Okay.
We spent all this time dissecting these numbers, understanding what they represent, coming up with an agreement, and you still want to play games.
We're not.
Yes, you are. This is so immature.
agreement.
Oh, please.
You are not for the community, you're only there for yourselves.
You quit negotiating today. You came in, you said, this is it.
Are you there for the community or for yourselves? Because it's
Oh,
election time.
please, dear
Oh,
God.
please, please, please.
You
please.
can think whatever you want, Suzanne. That's fine.
Okay, once again, I came in here this evening
many people
thinking
in the
appropriations
community
could
were
be
here?
understood, and that didn't work.
Do you ever
That's
see
it.
community members from your thought? I don't think so. Not
Well,
too
you know,
many.
whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And so when the lawyers come in next month, because we haven't paid the bills and they're suing us, so be it.
are they gonna sue?
Oh, we've had people come in before, and you were here when they told us because we didn't pay bills. So it depends on the company.
Well, let's pass this tentative budget so I could sign these checks while I can still write my name.
So
Well, start rating.
the law is we have
Show some,
60 days. We have 60 days past the invoice date to pay the bill without incurring the finance charges. And some of the early July bills are,
Okay, well, let's approve this budget.
Let's take a vote on it.
Start writing checks.
Carolyn, let's take a vote on it. Put it on the, let's see if they want to vote on it or not.
Let's start rating checks.
Okay,
to
do I
show
have a
us
motion to approve the 2022-2023 tentative budget in the amount of,
you're not even reading what's on the paper here? You're making up another,
No, why should she?
this is what's on the agenda? Are you
I
reading?
know, and I talked to the attorney, and you have to use specific language. So
That's why
that's what
that is
I'm
what
reading
should be
into
on
the
the
minute.
agenda.
Okay, and it would be on the agenda, except for there's a lot more that goes into preparing this agenda than you realize.
That doesn't
So
even make any
11B
sense.
is, do I have a motion to approve the 2022-2023 tentative budget in the amount of $6,646,129?
So moved.
Second.
And I move to direct the library executive director to prepare the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 2202, consistent with the budget and appropriation and decisions made by the board tonight, and to have the library executive director cause such tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 2202 to be made conveniently available for public inspection for at least 30 days prior to final action thereon by posting the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 22-02 in a public place in the public library and on the library's website, and keep it so posted for at least 30 days before the public hearing on the budget and appropriation ordinance. And I move that the library director shall cause unnotice of the public hearing on the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance to be published in the local newspaper on August 24th, 2022, before the public hearing on the budget and appropriation ordinance and consistent with all legal requirements. The date for the public hearing is scheduled for September 26, 2022. That's the motion. And I have
Oh,
a
my
copy. It's from the attorney.
Put both motions together. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know, I didn't understand, I couldn't, I
need
can't
a
vote
move in a
on
second.
something that is just outrageously long and
I read the
complicated.
motion.
You
Yeah.
read
Oh,
two of them together.
so moved.
Second.
This is 11B. Are we all on the same number?
You should have first done for the first one, shouldn't you? And then go for 11?
No, this is the way he told me to write it.
Okay, fine. It doesn't matter.
We have to give
Then why
legal,
wasn't
we
it
have to
on
give
the
legal
agenda?
notice.
Oh, I have such a...
Cindy, you want to take the vote?
Oh, yeah, you got to call a roll. I forgot. It's 11 o'clock. Oh, my God.
So you have a copy of the motion, you say?
Yeah, what I just read?
And then Joe made the motion, supposedly?
Joe made
Thank
it
you.
and I did.
Well, Joe's the move-in, Sue's the second. Oh, I didn't put the amount.
Huh? You gonna make a copy?
No. Athena. I didn't write the amount on.
Yeah, there is that little technicality.
Sorry. Here you go. Thank you. So what are we, oh, we're taking a roll, right? Mm-hmm. Oh, God, my head, I can't stand this. Cindy, you can keep that copy. It's an extra one.
You say what you feel. I don't know. I'll get it done. It's up to you. You vote your country. I don't want to vote with them. No.
You don't have any Tylenol, do you?
Yeah.
Do you? Can I have two? I don't have too much water.
So Cindy, what happens if we don't pass a budget?
You have to have a special meeting, I guess.
Oh, a special meeting, we're good at going to those.
Thank you.
Okay. Roll call vote. Trustee Derblick.
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld.
Yes.
Trustee Makula.
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky.
No.
Trustee Olson.
No.
Trustee Keene.
No.
3-3, motion fails.
Wow. You actually didn't pass a.
Don't put this on us. We're all here together. We're all here together.
Saying reparations, you know? Come here in good faith. Come here.
I
with
did.
the bills.
What's wrong with using appropriations? Patty
Okay,
Rozansky.
75.
You know what? We're
The
done.
game-
What makes you think you're going to need that money anyway?
The meetings are not,
I'm not calling the meeting.
Fine, don't. I don't care. I'll sit here.
We cannot have a special meeting. There aren't any more days left. Today is the last day to approve the budget
then give us some money.
in order to be able to adopt it.
We gave you two.
She has 1 day to prepare it.
what are you willing to?
We have to get it in the
compromise on?
newspaper by Friday in order to be published next week.
We know and understand all of
Okay.
that.
I'm not getting involved with staffing until we go through union negotiations. The appropriations will cover whatever the union
With
wants.
the nighttime cleaning crew either.
That's staffing. That is also staffing.
You're making all this up.
No,
You
I'm
don't know
not.
anything about the staffing. You don't know
If you
anything
get
about
part-time
it.
people, that's staffing.
It's a whole,
You know what, here's the whole thing. You know, back to
This
the
is-
comments.
We're not hiring anybody. We
Ba-
just want it on there in case.
I know, and the appropriations and a new board will be right in your favor. So let's approve this.
how are
You're
you
so,
sure that the
you're
new
so,
board is gonna be
yes.
on?
You're so worried about a new board.
I'm
I
not
don't
worried
know
about
why
it.
you're
I've been
talking
told,
about
I've
a
heard
new
it
board.
numerous times
I don't
already,
know
so I'm
why.
repeating it.
This is just
The
disgusting.
money's in appropriations. What difference does it make?
77.
70, you know what? You know, how about, at least it's better than sitting here spewing out nonsense. It's a factual option. Appropriations can be used for what you want. You know what? I don't know
We
what to do.
understand
They claim when you
everything you're saying.
educate people and give them knowledge, things change. It doesn't work on this board.
Do you want to move on to other?
Your side.
Disparaging
There's no
us doesn't
knowledge
help.
that's changing. I'm not adding staff
You're not willing to budge.
because that's part of negotiations. The union will
Not
deal with
budging is
staffing
part of
increases.
negotiations.
The money you want is in appropriations. Let's approve this tentative
79.
budget and pay these bills. This library has no blueprint for spending. They're just existing. That is not the way a viable anything exists. Of
Oh
course
my
it is.
gosh.
They don't have any guidance.
You have to criticize all the time.
I'm
Is
not
that your
criticizing. I'm saying
defense?
because
Yes, it
you won't
is.
approve the
Yes, it
budget,
is.
we don't even let them move forward.
You're the ones who aren't paying the bills. You're the ones who aren't letting them move forward. If you would have at least signed the bills, show some good faith.
Patty, good faith has
We
nothing to do
will
with
sign the
approving
bills
a
when you
budget.
vote for the budget,
We have nothing
when there's a
to do with
tentative
See, there
budget.
again, Joe,
It's that
let's
simple.
focus on something
It's
over
that
there.
simple.
Oh, that's good.
Very simple. Vote for the budget, I'll sign the bills.
Sign the bills, we'll vote for
No.
the budget.
No, no, no.
You approve the funding, then you spend the
We've
money.
told you that all evening, so I don't know how long it takes to get it into your head.
But the fact of the matter is, the money is here.
If you would have signed the check, and I would have realized it because I came to see, I would have probably been here with a better attitude, especially figuring, hey, they're not hanging something over our head.
I'm not hanging anything over your head.
Tell me that
Patty,
you're not signing the checks is not hanging something over our
no,
head?
because we need to approve spending before we spend.
No.
That's the purpose of the
Lawyers
budget.
and accountants have both told you.
This library,
This is the first quarter.
this
me-
library.
Let
the
me
first
remind you
quarter
that
comes
last
into
year we
play
did
after
pay the bills and before we had the budget,
first
so
quarter comes into play
last year you
after
had no
pass the
problem doing it.
resolution.
We did it last year. We paid the bills in July, we paid the bills in August, and we didn't have the budget
Because we had
finalized.
no intentions of changing, of rejecting a budget at 7 meetings.
That has nothing to do with what I'm
Yes, it does.
saying.
For 7 meetings, you refused to compromise with the budget.
You
We're down
had
to
2 of
the-
those
You
meetings
had the
without us.
Last meeting when
So
I was
that's
out
not
of
even
town, so
7.
you figured you'd had it made because they have no choice.
No, that had nothing to do with
Oh,
it.
bull.
You know, Patty.
You and I had discussed.
Patty, do me a favor.
six of us.
Patty,
Don't
stop.
give me your line
Stop
card.
putting me down to your level. I'm sick of the way you
Oh, yeah,
talk.
Right, go ahead.
Exactly.
Tell me about it.
Exactly.
You told me on the phone.
I didn't tell you
How
anything.
important, well, then you're quoting people with what I said,
Okay,
and it's
Patty,
lies.
the reason I scheduled a meeting for August 1st was because I had a quorum, and all I wanted to do was bring to the board's attention how we could utilize appropriations, and everyone would get what they want. I'm talking. Enough of your interruptions.
Oh, my God.
Exactly. And Patty, while you were away, all I wanted to do was share the information, didn't need to take a vote.
Oh, tell me you wouldn't have tried to take it.
No, why would I do that? Because you
The
would?
meeting then.
Because I wanted to share this information about being able to use appropriations to fund what you want.
At every God blessed.
No, Patty, I did not explain appropriations in 3 different parts like I did this evening. There are 3 options to utilize appropriations
You wouldn't have
to
needed
pass
a
this
meeting
budget,
for
and you refuse to listen.
Emails to explain it. It was
Send what
quite obvious you were trying to,
Patty, please, with the personal comments, what you think. I don't want to hear it anymore.
fine, I won't,
Nothing factual isn't worth listening to.
fine. And your facts are not always the facts.
I read it from the statute. It doesn't get any
I'm not saying
better.
anything about appropriation.
That's all I'm talking about.
I'm saying in general.
That's all I'm
Why
talking
would you
about.
have a meeting just to explain that?
Because I wanted to prove that there's a possibility to pass this budget and you 3 would get everything you wanted. Because I thought this was urgent. I thought we needed to pay those checks.
Think weirdly.
No, I don't think
No, she doesn't
weirdly.
think weirdly.
I'm honest, and you guys have a hard time trying to grasp that.
Well, that's because we've been strong-armed and bullied.
You've not been strong-armed or bullied. You don't
Oh, yes, we
understand the
have.
conversation.
Oh, yes, I do. And I understand about appropriations, and I
Good, then let's
understand about
approve
that.
this budget and move on.
But my question to you, Miss, we can do this and change the budget. Would you be willing to change the budget after the meeting, the public hearing?
You may have a new board by then.
Oh, my God. If we have the appropriation hearing next, when is it, the 27th?
Yes, of September.
We can't depend on that.
But, never mind. Never mind.
If the board doesn't change, you still have appropriations until the board does change. You still win.
Win, 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 win. We're not trying.
Yes, you do. You could spend the money.
You get to spend money,
You'll
doesn't
get what
mean
you
we win.
want. You're not passing, you're not agreeing to this.
We're not.
Well, then,
winning.
it'll be best for the library. The money will be there and you can use it. It's still there. It's not going anywhere. It actually exists, which is more than what we have right
Everybody's
now.
Sitting down, talking budget, but
I've been talking
planning.
budget for 7 meetings
Yeah.
and working my tail off
and
to
I-
prepare for these
oh,
meetings.
I'm-
And this constant nonsense doesn't get us anywhere.
This appropriation nonsense is not.
It's
getting
not
us anywhere.
nonsense, it's factual. Read the
Factual,
statute.
We're not going to do it.
So, if I vote yes, you're saying you, as, you'll probably still be the president, will agree to us changing the budget.
I'm not agreeing to changing anything right now.
Then why should I agree?
I'm not the person that you're concerned about. You plan on getting a change in this board. That's where the change is coming.
You're the only one that keeps talking about that.
Yeah, we don't know anything
We-
about that.
It'll
Well,
happen when it
That
happens.
could happen a year from now.
No, I don't think so.
The thing is, if you're still the president, you're the one who says what gets on the agenda. You don't let us put anything on the agenda.
Okay, so what do you
And
want
who
on the
says the
agenda?
board's
More
gonna
union
change in our
negotiation?
No.
Okay, what are you talking about?
I'm saying, she had stated that if we do this, we go through the public hearing, then we can possibly bring up the budget again and change it if we wish.
And what part are you gonna change? More
Oh,
union
does it matter
stuff?
because you're not, we won't get anywhere anyway.
We
because-
we could
That's not
change any
true.
part of it at a later date. It's possible to do any part of it.
I
Yeah.
don't believe a word they say.
Yeah. Except the things we are interested in, you shut down so fast, the likelihood of us
What makes
having
you
it.
think of the new board member is going to agree with?
Yeah. Who's to say
We
who our
don't
board
know.
member would be?
You know, this $6,646,000 budget is $250,000 more than we appropriated last year, and it's $1 million more than we're spending currently.
Okay.
It is a
okay?
good cushion when you
So
look
it's
at it
not
that way.
unreasonable. It's a very reasonable budget.
And what we're
And
asking
considering the
for is
economic
very
conditions in the economy today and inflation and everything else, and people are hurting, and taxes are, the reason the tax bill hasn't come out, and it's not going to come out, is because the election, they don't want the people to see it before the election. It's so terrible. Every taxing body's gone up, and we're going to go up too because we're $350,000 higher than last
You know,
year.
that is really uncalled for, Trustee Olson. How disrespectful.
Oh, talk about disrespectful. Can I?
You know what?
Oh,
Oh my God, you keep complaining. I am willing to consider this. I am still contemplating. I am contemplating. I'm not sold 100% either way on what I'm going to do. I'm kind of I'm kind of at a point where I'm feeling I'm being bullied, and I have to accept what you're telling me no matter what, just so we can get this stupid budget passed. And it kind of frustrates me, just like the levy did, where Joe stood there and told us it's either lower the levy or no levy, and I had no choice. I had to abstain so that it would pass, because I couldn't see us not having a levy. And I kind of am feeling the same way with this. I understand what you say about appropriations. I understand how they can be used. It's just, like I'm saying, for salaries, that's one thing. But just to say, oh, we can use because of the union, you know what, fine, because we don't know what the union is going to be. But just to say, oh, don't worry about it, we have appropriations, is kind of like, I can't accept that attitude. It's just like, yeah, don't worry about it. If you fall, you fall. That's how I feel, that this attitude is. I'm not talking about anybody else. I'm saying how I feel.
I know, and I'm trying to change that.
We have an attitude, we have appropriations. That's all you've been saying since the budget stuff started. We came up with our, so we have a place to negotiate. We did negotiate some. I admit that. And you did go up, and we did go down. You cannot say we didn't go down. We went down a lot. But now you are refusing to even listen to us because there's appropriations. And this, why in the heck? I feel like I came here for what? Just to listen to you say there's appropriations. And I don't care. You can explain it to me. I understand it. I've been here. I understand it. But it's just the idea. I've told you. I don't believe you should plan a budget just assuming, don't worry about it, appropriations are there.
Patty, when you're unsure of the future, a governmental entity has to count on appropriations. This library is in a lot different place it was than is in a
Yes,
different place
it
than it
is.
was 2 years ago. I mean,
Yes.
there are a lot of questions.
Yes.
And you know, and I don't know how to convince you. I'm not here to bully you or whatever you just said.
Well,
it's not my purpose.
I'm telling you how I feel.
I know, and
When
I don't
you
know how
come
to.
in
I don't know how
here
to
and
change
you
that.
say, we refuse to sign any checks, and this is the second meeting in a row where we refuse to pay the bills, we refuse to sign checks until after the budget. That is bullying tactics.
It's not Patty.
It is bullying tactics.
But see, that's not the way I look at
It is
it.
bullying tactics.
All right,
If you weren't
sure.
doing that the last two meetings, maybe we could have dealt with things a lot better. And what you consider a bully and what I consider a bully are two different things, apparently.
Right. I agree with that.
And seriously, I feel like I've been bullied a bit by your side, and I'm getting a bit tired of it. So I am willing to do this vote again. I'm willing to say yes just so we can get this over with and they pay the darn bills. Because I'm tired of them holding the bills over my head. I'm tired of this. This is, I feel like my head's in a noose. But then we better, God bless it, have the vote to pay the bills, and you better sit here tonight and sign them.
I will.
I'd like to see them start signing them now.
No, they won't.
So
Let's just
are
do the
we
damn vote, let them
redoing
sign the bills.
the motion? Am I reading the motion again?
Might as well.
Do I have a motion to approve the 2022-2023 tentative budget in the amount of $6,646,129? And I move to direct the library executive director to prepare the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 22-02, consistent with the budget and appropriation decisions made by the board tonight, and to have the library executive director cause such tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 22-02 to be made conveniently available for public inspection for at least 30 days prior to final action thereon by posting the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance 22-02 in a public place in the public library and on the library's website, and keep it so posted for at least 30 days before the public hearing on the budget and appropriation ordinance. And I move that the library director shall cause a notice of the public hearing on the tentative budget and appropriation ordinance to be published in the local newspaper on August 24th, 2022, before the public hearing on the budget and appropriation ordinance, and consistent with all legal requirements. The date for the public hearing is scheduled for September 26, 2022.
So moved.
Second.
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky.
Yes.
Trustee Olson,
Under duress, yes.
Trustee Keene.
No.
5-1, motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, now do the bills right now.
Okay, well, we got to end the meeting.
No,
So
we
first,
don't
reintroduce
vote on
the
it
motion.
before we end the meeting,
we
otherwise.
Oh,
have
that's right, we have to approve the bills.
You have to make a motion to reintroduce paying of the bills.
Okay, and that is number 6, I think, on the agenda.
Yes,
I have to find the compartment. Hold on.
and please read it the way it is on here now, since you have agreed, and you're not holding anything hostage.
Okay, so do I have to reintroduce it, or do I just read it?
You have to
Cindy?
reintroduce it.
I have to reintroduce it?
Well, that's what I was told, but you have these directions from the lawyer, so I'm not sure.
You would have
Well,
to
I didn't plan on reintroducing anything. So
Well,
are,
then I
what
take
I'm
back my
saying,
vote
do
if
you
you're
mean
not
by
gonna sign them.
reintroducing, I just read the
No, you make a motion to reintroduce, you vote on reintroducing the payment of the bills.
Okay.
And you read it off of
Do
the
I have a
agenda.
motion to reintroduce the payment of bills, approve checks dated July 20th, 2022 for operating expenses of $93,874.63. Approve operating expenses of $242,774.46. Payroll expenses of $217,122.84 for a total monthly expense of $459,897.30.
So motion.
Second.
Cindy, I have one question. This total monthly expense of $459 is just August, right? And we're paying the 93, or is that the total of everything?
No, it's 459
For August.
plus 93.
All right, thank you. That's, I just want to make sure.
Okay, so we have a motion and a
It was Patty
second.
and Sue.
And so we're going to vote on the reintroducing of the payment of the bills. Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
So now we're going to vote on the paying of the bills? Going to reread it?
We just did.
We just
No, you made a motion to reintroduce the paying
And
of
we
the
just
bills.
voted yes.
To
So we
reintroduce
voted to
it.
reintroduce.
reintroduce
Now
it.
I'm going to read it to vote. You're right. You're
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
Just, can't you just read what's on
No,
the
no, no.
No, it has
agenda?
to be
Okay.
verbatim.
Well, yeah, that's the same thing.
Do I have a motion to approve payment of a bill? Do I have a motion to approve payment of the bills, approve checks dated July 20th, 2022 for operating expenses of $93,874.63. Approve operating expenses of $242,774.46. Payroll expenses of $217,122.84 for a total monthly expense of $459,897.30.
Motion.
Second.
Okay, it's Patty and Sue again. Cindy, could you call the roll, please?
Trustee Derblick?
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld?
Yes.
Trustee McCula?
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes.
Trustee Olson?
Yes.
Trustee Keene?
Yes.
6 yeses, motion carries. Bills are paid
Okay, we are now the,
at other.
yes. Let me get to that. Okay, item 12 is other. Any trustees have any comments to make? Trustee McCula,
No.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Nothing at this time.
Trustee Rozansky?
Yes. I would like to mention that the president stated that in the past, budgets procedures has started in April and May and was always passed by July. I am in my 8th year on the board. We have started talking in April and May about when we should have our budget meetings and what would work best for all of our board members.
Unless you want to sign them
On an election year, this is all pushed back to account for the new board members. To say that we have always passed the budget in July, I have to say there have been times we have not passed the budget until August. Please feel free to check the records. I am most surprised because when, even though she tried to explain it today, Carolyn talked to me and we both agreed that all of us need to be at the budget meeting, and she found out I wasn't going to be here, she decided to have a meeting anyway.
Nobody cares anymore.
Thank you.
Trustee Olson.
This is just a short little comment about, I was surprised to hear the president criticize fellow board members, including myself, last month. But I'm not surprised anymore after today. For the past 5 years that I have been a board member, I have attended every general meeting, every special meeting, and to be lambasted by the president for this one absence was totally unacceptable, Carolyn. All of us followed protocol by notifying with prior notice to our library director about our absence. I'm not going to go into detail, he said, she said, all that nonsense kind of stuff. But I would like to remind everyone that we will continue to listen to our community. We'll continue to support growth of our library services, and we'll continue to do whatever it takes to keep this library one of the best in the area. That's all.
Trustee Keene. Okay, Patty, just in response to your comment
No, I
that,
don't want any response.
She's
Can
not
you-
responding to you. She's responding to
Patty, in
me.
response to your comment that we never approved the budget before July, okay.
I didn't say we never approved
Okay,
it
all
before
right,
July.
I've gone
I
back-
said we never
Patty-
approved it
Patty,
in
if I could-
April and May.
I vote to adjourn
I've
the
gone
meeting.
back 5 years, and for the past 5 years, we have approved the budget before,
I
motion
remember
to
we
adjourn
passed
the
it in
meeting.
August, so. if,
okay,
you
July
know-
15th, 2020, approved the budget. June 10th, 2020, approved the budget. I don't know why we approved it twice that year,
Oh,
but
we
that's
never
in the
stayed up
minutes.
till 12 o'clock?
June 14th, 2021, we took a straw poll, and the director was instructed to create the budget. June 19th, 2019, oh, these are meeting minutes for the month before. So in May 20th of 2019, we approved the budget.
Okay. You proved
And
yourself
so,
right.
so
whatever.
these minutes
Can we
actually for
just
June.
approve to adjourn?
So, no, I need to make a point because you keep throwing this up at me. These minutes are for June, are at the June meeting, but they're for the May meeting. So we did approve.
Okay,
We did
there might have been a
approve the
year we did,
budget.
but it wasn't an
No, no,
election
Patty,
year.
these are like
It
5
was
years.
an election year.
These are 5 years, so I
Okay,
just
fine,
don't
okay.
want you to think I made it up.
Okay, fine.
All right, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, Cindy, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Derblick,
Yes.
Trustee Schoenfeld,
Yes.
Trustee Makula,
Yes.
Trustee Rozansky,
Yes.
Trustee Olson, Trustee Keene. 6 yeses, meeting adjourned.
The meeting is adjourned at 11:45 PM. Thank you all. All right, do you want me to finish signing and you
Yeah, I'm gonna
go?
go.
Good, you go, I'll finish.